Hola, hola. Sí, se me oye. Perfecto.
Hello, good morning.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning to you all and welcome. Sorry for this delay, but it was a matter of the traffic in Madrid. We're very sorry for those of you who are here. I'm very happy to see faces I know and also those of you who are on the other side, like online, and I want to apologize and I thank you for being here. I'm not going to take further on this. I just want to say welcome. This topic is very interesting. This is the second day we do about these organoleptic additives. We still have the same experts as always because they are the ones that know better this topic and the ones that teach us better to the ones that don't know that much about the situation, about the additives, how they are authorized, etc. So I want to thank the speakers especially because I know it's a great effort coming here, fitting everything in their agendas and a lot of the workload they have. So thank you so much because you come from far away and we really thank you for this. So the first speech is going to be with Alex Ceballos. He has long expertise and experience in this topic. He's from Cefana and he's going to explain an image of what the organoleptic additives and what we're going to talk about. And I'm going to introduce the first block. We have Almudena Rodriguez. We know her for many years ago. Thank you, Almudena, for being here, for being once again, and for your continued experience. She is the one that has more experience, more information on the additives we're going to talk about. And we also have Paola from EPSA. She's going to tell us a bit how these opinions come along, how they are created, scientific opinions that tell us a bit about the additives, the pondering, well, etc. So then we will have a round table, but first of all, Alex, I give you the floor and here's your presentation. Thank you so much.
¿Y dónde se proyecta?
Ahora mismo te la pongo.
Vale, muy bien. A ver. Pues buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Festfac, for inviting me to explain once again, not only as worker of Luta, also as president of the consortium of additives and aromas for animal feed, about the state of the project and also the vision of the industry and the consortium on how this process has been going. And later we will have the other players of this game, which is basically the Commission and the EPSA. The presentation, I will do it in Spanish for those of you who are here in Madrid, but the slides are in English to make it easier for you to follow for those of you who are connected outside. So the agenda, it's divided into 6 points. First, there's a brief presentation on the consortium. Then we will have the chemically defined flavorings, then the botanically defined flavorings, which is the one more like the hot topic, let's say it like that, and it's generating more jobs and work. Then I will remind you on how we revise the request and the compliance, that we are complying with these regulations, and there's a small ideas on the industry, the proposals on the botanical defined flavorings, to do some conclusions on the more important topics. So the consortium FFAC, which is the Feed Flavoring Authorization Consortium, was created like nearly 16 years ago. This has been a very long project. It's under the umbrella of FEFANA, so the applicant of these papers and documents, it's FEFANA. It's represented by 23 companies. We were previously 40. We represent around 70% of the European market, and the goal of this consortium is to authorize the additives that the members and companies have decided to defend. In this case, it's 592 chemically defined flavorings and 267 botanically defined flavoring. We've been for 16 years working. It's been a very complex work, long work, a bit of a burden also, because these companies you've seen here, we have invested more than 10 million euros in this process that it's still not finished. So it's been a great effort for these 23 companies that you can see in this following slide from different areas from Europe. And specifically, I have highlighted the ones that are Spanish. We have here, for example, L'Oréal, HTBA, FCC, and Lucta also. So just to remind you a little bit, why do we use these flavorings and what's the function that this consortium is defending? First is to try to increase the palatability of the feedings, to improve its acceptance and also consumption, also to overcome some variations in taste and smell caused by these formulation changes. It's also to mask the taste of feed of these ingredients that maybe are very important, but they have maybe a low palatability or they're medicated treatments. And there's also a very specific application, which is to do a companionship activity when they stop this weaning to improve the feeding intake of young animals, and then also to do a standardization of the smell of this compound, and just from the point of view of marketing or brand differentiation, to have this specific smell, for example, to be recognized by the consumer. So any of these options, it's the aim of using this flavorings that we are using from the consortiums. So now on this chemically defined flavorings step, it's the one we use more flavorings on. As I said before, it's 592 chemically defined flavorings. We call them CDGs. So that's the image. Out of these 592, 489 have the process completed, and 103 are still pending. So the 489 completed, 451 have been already authorized, 36 have been withdrawn, and 2 have not been authorized. Out of these 103 in process, 29 are going to be authorized. We expect very soon. In 41, we are waiting for the opinion of EFSA. I was going to write down June, but I didn't dare to write it, so I just said second quarter of this year. We're going to present EFSA 31 components, new components. Our intention is by the end of summer of this year to present these new ones. And then there's one flavor that needs to be withdrawn from this dossier, and the one it's still pending. It's been evaluated in the food section. So we can say that the following year, this part of the project can be taken as already done in 2024. Now we are going to talk about topic, which is out of these 103 which are pending, there's some of them on this framework of tolerance proof, which I'm going to explain a little bit better in this tolerance trial program. We're very, very satisfied with this from the consortium, also from the Commission and the ESFA. So this tolerance trials program is basically on how to demonstrate that out of these 133 flavorings, the ones that the industry use were safe, and how to do it. To do it like live. 133 components, it's too many, there's too many tests. sometimes it's difficult how to make this test to represent the real use. So at the end, we did this framework, this approach, with the help and companion with the EFSA and the Commission. So the first goal was to how to reduce the number of components, and we saw that we could reduce it to 68 representative out of this 133, and out of this 63, instead of doing individual tests, we built 4 mixtures that could look like to a commercial product to represent the use conditions and also to reduce the number of tests. So we have tested 4 mixtures, and these 4 mixtures have been tested in 3 major species, earth species, with a margin of safety which is bigger than 10 to the one we're using. So this can be translated to any other animal species. And a critical element here is the aromas are volatile, and EFSA has its opinion on the intake doses by the animal that in real conditions does not correspond to the added doses, because sometimes they're lost in the process of manufacturing, in hot extrusion, or maybe in the warehouse time. So we had to find a way, and what we come up with is that this does not reflect the real conditions of use. It's okay, we are going to add the flavor each morning, each day to this feed. We are going to add this flavor in this room conditions, and we're going to analyze the losses and quite frequently also what's the concentrations of the flavors in this feed. So in the center of investigation, each morning they had to prepare the feed. They had to prepare basically the flavorings, and quite frequently we've done some analytics to demonstrate to the EFSA what real percentage of the dose was being given to animals with a good retrieve, because more than 80% of this dose was being eaten by the animal. So this program, as I said, was introduced to the Commission and also to the EFSA, and we agreed on continuing on this way because it's something nobody else has done ever before, so it's disruptive. It entails some risks, because if there was a mixture that was failing, all of the flavors in this block were doubted. So this trials program, it's about these 4 mixtures which are quite similar to similar mixes. One was called Tutti Frutti, the other one Milky Vanilla. There was an herbal mixture and also a toasted cereal mixture. So the first one, Tutti Frutti, was already been published in March, the regulation with the compounds in this mixture. The Milky Vanilla was introduced to the EFSA. They are pondering everything. They are asking for more information. The herbal was introduced in the Milky Vanilla. It's opinion published from the EFSA. We're just waiting from the regulation. The one that it's going to be published, it's the herbal one, so we expect by mid-year the opinion is going to be released. And then we have the toasted cereals. We're going to present by the end of the year, and we hope it's by the end of summer of this year we have everything ready. And I want to leverage this opportunity to thank EFSA and the Commission in the support on this idea. This has been disruptive. Nobody has done this trials program before. It's been an effort from everybody, an effort from the side of the industry to prepare all of this, but also from the EFSA to take a look at this with an open mind, carefully, to try to reach a solution, because we were finding ourselves in this cul-de-sac, so it was a way of finding a way. So 2 more notes on this chemically defined flavorings. First, we have this sodium saccharin, which is quite used in the industry. The first opinion on the EFSA from 2018, they said the dose was safe for the target species we were talking about, and also for the terrestrial and freshwater compartments, but they were doubting when it came to under earth waters. So the industry prepared a second pack of ideas to see what was happening with this sodium saccharin with the groundwater. We also presented this study, some estimates about with this real use in farms, what we understood would be the concentrations in the groundwaters. But despite our efforts, these tests showcased that the saccharin was always there in groundwater. So the EFSA did some calculations and they saw that in order not to have an impact on groundwater, the concentration of saccharin should be in feed of 0.022 milligrams, which is much under the dose we considered safe, and the also under the super minimum dose. So we were basically obliged to withdraw this application. So lastly, in the chemically defined flavorings, we have the renewals. These authorizations have a life expectancy of 10 years. So now we are basically linking renovations with the first opinions of the first additives and flavors that were added. Here there's different elements on this dynamics we have had, and it's the renewals are not going to be done under this umbrella of FEFANA and nor from the umbrella of the consortium that depends on FEFANA. This was an idea from the board of FEFANA 4 years ago. I tried to oppose myself as much as I could, but it's been decided, so we have to cope with it. This, for the moment, didn't mean any inconvenience because the additives and the flavors to renew, which is the naringin, thaumathene, and neosporin DC, are defended by a few companies. So there's been just an application of just one applicant or several companies. So these three ingredients, naringin, thaumathene, and neosporin DC, have been already authorized. I haven't participated in the thaumathene projects, and the neosporin DC, we're just in progress. We're introducing this, and it's going to be before March 24. So these are three flavorings which are quite easy, but the most difficult thing is going to be in 2026, which is the first package of flavorings being authorized in 2017, which is when we held the first session. And tomorrow needs to be presented the renewal. This cannot be under the umbrella of the consortium. We have to find new formulas. We still don't have them. We're debating them, but by the end of the year, we have to be clear on how do we want to organize to tackle all of this situation of these new 10 flavorings we have to introduce. So now we're finishing the chemically defined flavorings. Now we're moving to the botanically defined flavorings, which is the one that is generating more new news. So here I'm going to do a brief highlights on the project. In 2010, the first presentation of the dossiers was submitted. It was submitted what they had with the resources they had, and we have without having any kind of historical background to follow. So this dossier submitted was considered not enough. They were asking and requesting more data and more research. So in 2012 the project was set in standby for two reasons. There's one written down here in this slide. The first one is that in 2012 we were just in this situation of the evaluation of the FEFA of the chemically defined flavorings. So FEFA was focusing the resources in these evaluations, but it is also true that there was a new element in this moment, which is this requirement of completely characterizing the botanically flavoring in the presentation of the data. So there we were wondering, how do we do this? What should we do? So there was an uncertainty on how to do this, so then we decided to leave this project on hold. Then we retake this in 2014. There were two initiatives. First was to submit these 2 pilot dossiers to try to understand what we had to present, the data they needed to understand the limitations. There were many companies, and it's not the same to defend one flavor rather than defending 6 flavors from different companies. This is the first block, and the second one, it's the characterization, the full characterization of botanicals. Like, how do we do this? For 10 additives, basically we sent information to try to understand from EFSA what information they needed to understand that there was a full characterization of the botanicals. So then we reached 2017, and here we all understood how we had to understand the project. So the first point of this project is that EFSA was only going to evaluate the data submitted by the applicant. So it's going to be evaluated this botanical agreeing the characterization and geographical origin presented by the consortium. There could be other qualities, other geographies. EFSA is not going to evaluate this. It's going to evaluate the quality that we present, and that's what we're going to be analyzing. Secondly, the data to be submitted must be submitted in a complete way about the manufacturing process, from which industry, geography, species, process, and also the composition. Here it's where we understand this complete characterization. It's basically 99% of the formula. I understand 98, 97 wouldn't be a problem, but basically very high numbers, and also submitting 5 batches that were representative. Another important note is that in the same application or submission, we detect their different origins or different compositions. This can drive to have different flavorings. So if a same botanical has 2 different origins, but it could be put under the same identification, we had to introduce 5 representative batches for each origin. And independently from the origin, if the product is different, then it's a different product. So you have here an example of this concentrated orange oil. There were 3 different qualities. So there were introduced 5 different batches, and there's been an authorization of 5 different additives. So the process of submitting this additives is very, very long and difficult. We have discovered it's something you cannot do in 3 months or 4 months. The reasonable thing is to take it takes 9 months. It may be surprising, but I've tried to explain here this month what contest about. First, we have to introduce this preliminary data that requires some time. Each company has to say when you do this kickoff, you need all of this data that you can see here, and the company needs those data. Many of us, we are not manufacturers of the product. We have to redirect this product to the manufacturer. The solution or the response doesn't always come fast, so maybe it takes 6 weeks or even two months. Then we have this full characterization, which could be, sometimes it's not obvious, and you may need external labs, and the consultant also does the bibliographic research. And also, when this is done, this safety assessment is needed, and then you can open the discussion of the specification of the products. Like, for example, how many products do you have? If you present 5 from Madagascar, 5 from India, maybe the idea is just 1 or specification is just 1. So here we have to think, do we want different specifications or just 1 specification? So we need the use conditions. If we have to do some test data generation and then submitting these dossiers. So it's a long process. It's a quite difficult project, and now we are in a good point. So what's the image on this? So we have, out of this 283, 71 are in progress, 100 are complete, sorry. There's 21 authorized and 79 that have been withdrawn. Why? Because all of this has an important cost. It's a significant cost, and we have had to prioritize in what did we have to invest our resources. And when it comes to the in progress, which is 71, we have 15 to be authorized with the opinion of the EFSA. 5 very soon. We have 17 submissions already done to EFSA, and I expect the opinions to be coming in the following months. We are going to be submitting some dossiers. We have 27 in preparation, and the more realistic thing would be this year we have submitted 15, but we will try to give as much as we can and go as fast as we can. And there's 12 additives that we have already started the data collection. So we are asking the companies to collect all of the data. So we are playing the game, and we are playing with the statistics, but basically 60% of these additives are completed or in progress in different states. Of these 21 additives that have been authorized are the ones that you can be seeing here in the screen. I don't want to read them all out loud, but also just to call your attention on the usage, doses of use. So we have had two situations in this here, in this. One, it's the maximum dose recommended, the ones that we have had, which is basically 15 cases, but out of this, there's 4 that for cuts, there's specific ones. And there's 6 that have been authorized with a maximum use rate. So must be declared in the tag of the feed and the mixture. And there's another new thing, which is there's restriction in combined use with other botanical flavors, and we have these cases out of this 21. There's 3 in which there are no restrictions, 6 in which they can be combined, but there are some rules to comply with. There's 8 that are not allowed if they are from the same plant species, another 4 that cannot be mixed if they have the same substance of concern. I'm going to develop this. So where does these limitations come that we didn't find before? So it's basically, general terms are related to the presence of substances of concern. They are all natural, they are naturally present in botanicals. It's not something that we have added in an intentioned way, but out of this 21 authorized, we are being able to detect 7 botanically defined flavorings. We have the perilaldate, the furocomarins, and estragol, camphor, etc. So in 6 of these 10 additives having these substances of concern, the mixtures with other botanical flavorings are allowed if this substance of concern is lower than the one result, the one considered legal from EFSA. It's difficult because we do not have any guideline on the maximum levels of the substances of concern, so we have to analyze one by one the opinions of the EFSA. So these substances of concern appear in the description label. This is lemon oil that you can see, and in this specification in the product label we have the compounds related to the quality defended by the consortium, and on gray, highlighted in gray, you see the 3 substances of concern with the maximum content that has to be present in the additive that has been authorized. So these restrictions are, on the one side, the mixing with other botanically defined flavorings, and then the maximum levels. What does this mean? There's the third part of this flavoring additives. They contain these substances. Then a relevant part of the formula has to be public. It has to be public, written down in the label of the product, the label of the feed. And from this gives very important information about this formulation, and there can be an inconvenience for the manufacturer because the label has the size it has, and in the aromas that have an important part of botanical flavorings, well, I fear that this kind of products have to disappear because all of the information cannot fit on the label. For example, the aromas on flavors that have to be in organic feeds, or up to 8 ingredients have to be shown in the label of the feed.
So in this situation, we have carried out several proposals from our Commission, from our industry and the Member States in December 21, June 22 and October 2022, some of which I will be explaining in a moment, just for your information. But I think what we have to specify or acknowledge is that it's not about what we would like to have with maximum limits or prohibitions of combined uses. It's about being aware of the EFSA's position in 2015. And here on the screen you can see an extract of a meeting that was held in January 2015 where the EFSA said that it was not acceptable to introduce substances of concern in animal feeds, and that it was their position in 2015. So, of course, there has been a very significant change since then, and although the situation is not perhaps the ideal situation that we would like to have, it certainly is better than the scenario in 2015, and so we should be grateful for this, and I would like to acknowledge the EFSA and the Commission for their efforts towards finding a way to update these botanicals that contain substances of concern. So just a reminder now about how the industry should prove that the regulations are being complied with. So let's remind you of how mixtures of flavorings are designed. They are not added individually, they are always added as mixtures. These tutti frutti herbal ones that you've seen before contain 30, 40, 60 ingredients. This is carried out by flavorists who are professionals who basically reproduce smells or scents that already exist in nature to introduce them in feeds naturally. To do so, they carry out formulas with up to 50 chemically defined and botanical flavoring compounds, depending on what they're looking for and their functionality. And the number, type, and concentration will depend on the olfactory notes and sensations that they're looking for and on what the feed is supposed to smell like, and then based on that they will try to find one solution or another. So when these formulas are created, the flavorist, or how do we make sure that there is compliance with the regulations? Well, formula design for years has not been done with lab rats, or it has been done with computer software. There are a lot of different types of software, but there is universal software, which is Excel, so that can be used for this type of purposes. The key is to have the software database or the Excel database well fed. So we have all the data, we have information about the dose, the species, and all of this has to be uploaded in the database so that when the flavorist is preparing the formula, they just have to make sure that the maximum dose, recommended dose of that formula contains the maximum dose of the most restrictive element. And to do that, they have to make sure that their databases are very well fed. This isn't complex, but it does take work. It is a laborious process. That's when they're creating the aroma, but how is this conveyed? How do we ensure that these doses are being complied with throughout the chain when the mixture is first supplied or ultimately supplied to the feed manufacturer? The degree of the level of the mixture of flavourings is indicated in both the label and the technical data sheet that comes with the product. And the prescribed or recommended dose in 95% of cases is very much lower than the legal dose, because the animal is probably going to reject too high a dose. As I was saying, the dose level is always contained in the specifications, and it will always be lower than the regulatory limit. And there is also a provision that says that in the unlikely case that a formula exceeds the dose for one given flavouring, this has to be shown on the label of the premixture and of the feed. Even if in all 23 of the companies in the consortium were committed to never exceed these doses, but we will always take the maximum doses as the ones we use in exchange for not having to declare them on the label of the product. And then, depending on the company, the maximum dose or the maximum recommended dose of the mixture for different animal species may be provided to the feed manufacturer if needed, and it can be included as a chapter in the technical data sheet. This is an example of a member of our consortium who very kindly allowed us to have access to some of their data sheets. This is an extract from the first page, which is, let's see which product it is. It's a premixture with orange anisic flavour with cinnamon and orange notes. It is for all species except fish. But then on the next page, this is another extract which you may not be able to see very well, but this establishes the dose that is acceptable for the maximum recommended dose for each given species, which, as you can see, is higher than the established dose. So what proposals did the industry make when these maximum recommended doses or these restrictions or prohibitions on mixtures were made with other botanicals? Basically, we had 3 proposals, 3 reactions. The first came in December 2021, the second in summer 2022, and the last one came last autumn. The first proposal we launched in December 2021 was to try to avoid not so much these maximum limits, but the consequences of these maximum limits on the labels of our feeds. So we said, okay, there is a maximum dose, it has to be shown on the premixture, but we shouldn't have to force the feed manufacturer to include it and to declare it in their labelling due to, firstly, intellectual property and possibly just a matter of space. Sometimes there isn't enough room on the labels. The second proposal in June 2022 was a little broader. We put it together along with FEFAC and FEDIAV, and it was, as I said, quite a lot broader, and I don't want to go into this because actually I could talk about this for a whole hour. And finally, in autumn last year, we launched a proposal for a decision tree to make the regulations more predictable and to try to establish that even if there are substances of concern, in which cases it may not be absolutely compulsory to establish the maximum dose. I'm going to just very quickly develop or expand on the first and the second. This is merely for informative purposes for those of you who are here with us today. The proposal that we launched in 2021, as I was saying, focused not so much on the maximal dose in itself, but its consequences on labelling. And our proposal was, hey, would it be possible not to have to declare this on the label, but rather on the elsewhere on other documents in the premixture, for instance? And so, as an example, this is from my company. This is what we did in food. On the technical data sheet, this is the information that you provide. If you can see it, you declare the substances of concern, which would be limited These two, safrole and coumarin, are common in feeds, and they are not shown either on the premixture label or on the food label. But the information is there and it can be traced throughout the chain. This is an example that could be shown on the premixture technical data sheet or on the feed data sheet. We're more worried about it being on the feed than on the premixture, but in any case, it's about trying to find a pathway to comply with these maximum doses without compromising industry and forcing them to have to declare it on their labels, on their feed labels or on their premixture labels. The proposal that we launched in 2022 was a little more complex, and I hope you'll be able to understand this. What we wanted was to see whether we could cluster or group the botanicals to make them predictable both for industry and for the regulatory players as well, as with other authorizations. So we looked at 4 cases, 4 scenarios. The first one is a botanical that does not contain substances of concern, nor are there any described in the literature. So in this case, it would be a fully authorized product with maximum recommended doses, and one example would be litsi berry oil. And then a second case would be one where we haven't detected in our quality studies any presence of substances of concern, but the literature suggests that there may be some. And so the difference lies, as regards the first case, in the fact that this should be regulated with a recommended dose, and that this substance of concern should appear on the specifications and include a limit of detection. And one example would be cardamom oil. In cases where substances of concern are found, or where there is exposure, there would be 2 different situations. The first one is where substances of concern have been detected, and now I copied and pasted this from the EFSA. This would be where there is a recommended max content. It's not very concerning, and it's a substance that is coming through other pathways to the animal, so adding this in the form of a flavoring would not increase its exposure or its risk. And this should be treated, therefore, in a similar way to the last one, with a maximum recommended content. We would have to include the substance of concern in the specifications. It should be allowed in the mixture without exceeding the allowed limits of the substance of concern. And one example which was authorized in this case was expressed lemon essential oil, as shown to you before. And then the last case would be one where substances of concern are detected and where the amount could be considered, let's say, more considerable, more significant, not too concerning to the extent that we could not authorize it, but one where we do have to be careful. In this case, of course, we would perfectly understand that there should be maximum content established, that the substance of concern should be shown in the specifications, and that it should not be mixed with other botanicals that have the same substance of concern. So as I was saying, this is one of the proposals we launched to the Commission, to the Member States. It was unsuccessful, but I would like to go back to a previous slide and insist on the fact that the situation is not necessarily what we want, but fortunately it's not the scenario that we were in 2015, where the EFSA considered that the use of botanicals containing substance of concern could not be used at all. Lastly, just to finish my presentation, these are my 5 conclusions to take away with you. Firstly, I would like to insist on that the FFAC is making a tremendous effort to keep flavourings on the market, although this doesn't mean any competitive advantage for us because they are not holder specific, so we're actually just paying for the trouble of others. Chemically defined projects of 592 additives will be completed by 2024, and we're basically going to tie this in with renewals that have already started outside the FEFANA umbrella. Currently, most resources are focused on botanicals. Botanicals containing substances of concern have more complex authorizations with maximum contents and or restrictions in mixing with other botanicals. And of course, the fact that up to a third of botanical flavourings contain substance of concern and applying maximum contents is going to make an important part of the formula have to be disclosed on the label of the premixture and of the feed, and this might considerably complicate the issue of flavourings that contain botanicals. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alex.
Thank you so much, Alex. Can everybody hear me? Well, thank you for sticking to your time, because we really tried to catch up on those minutes that we missed at the beginning. I forgot to say that if you have any questions, you can raise your hands now. And for those of you who are here in the room and who have him face to face, go ahead. There have already been 3 questions on the chat function, so I'm going to raise those now. There's one question, but you may not know the answer, and if you don't, I'm sure Almudena will. They say that there is word about withdrawal from the market affecting several flavourings, and when is that to be expected? When will that regulation come into force? Oh, I definitely want to give that question to Almudena. They've also asked about characterisation. What is the minimum percentage of the additive that has to be characterised? 99%. Okay, that's a very, very rotund answer. And then, okay, the next question is something that perhaps you can help us on in this issue. They said, how do intermediary users, when they receive flavourings from several providers, how do we know which doses are being used and whether we, when we mix them, are being compliant with those maximum doses? Well, that's the proposal that I didn't explain, the FIFAC and FIDIAF joint proposal. It talks specifically about this. Mixing aromas or flavourings from several different manufacturers forces you to have to know what composition your final mixture has to ensure that it complies with the regulations. So in practice, what is done at the moment is to talk to the supplier or provider, and it should ideally be the supplier who gives you the information directly, and there are definitely formulas that can be used to assess the information they give you, but it's more difficult when it comes from different providers, of course. The proposal that we developed together with FIFAC went along these lines, and we drew up quite a thorough and extensive document, one that was quite difficult to read, I have to acknowledge that, because it was really very thorough in what to do in cases like this that you mentioned. And just to really simplify it in a nutshell, what we said is that if the proportional part of the maximum recommended content is used, then you will always be compliant. And I'm just explaining that very concisely now, but that's not how we launched the statement. What will normally happen is that you have a provider of flavourings and that you will just introduce one flavouring. If you want to make your own mixture, then perhaps the best thing is to talk to your provider and get them to make the mixture for you, because they can do the assessment directly. Okay, thank you. I don't know whether you have any further questions, those of you who are here in the room. And otherwise, thank you very much, Alex. These answers were really quite specific. And Almudena, we will now give the floor to you, because there will be questions for you concerning these regulations, like the one we just raised. Maybe you can shed a bit of light on this. Thank you.
Almudena dice que no se la oye porque...
Almudena says that she knows that, yes, it has been voted for, but she does not yet know the date of when that regulation will be published.
Estar más cómoda. Puedo tener acceso a internet, os lo digo exactamente. No, es un periodo transitorio. Bueno.
Abajo Almudena, para adelante y arriba.
parece como uno lo
Sí.
haría. Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to be here. I think the last time I came was 2017, and I think I usually have quite a powerful voice, but let's see if this microphone works well. So, as I was saying, it's always a pleasure to be able to hold a debate with you and to hear your feedback in relation to all of the work that we're doing. I wanted to say that animal feed has currently undergone a series of changes. We are now the G5 unit, and there are very few of those of us who used to be working on this. Some of them have retired, some of them have been changed to different units. So practically, it's just me as a technician working in animal feed, and 2 new people who have just joined the team recently, a few months ago. So the situation we're in is quite critical in terms of human resources, you might say, because there were up to 5 or 6 of us in our unit, and now we're just, let's say, the fraction of the unit we used to be, with very few human resources, as I was saying. But we do what we can, and we try to work in favour of this sector, which, although people don't believe me, is really fascinating. It's thrilling, it has a lot of interesting aspects. So what I'm going to try to do, just give me a moment, please, is talk to you about what do we mean when we refer to sensory additives. Well, usually they are colorings, and there was a modification in the 1831 regulation establishing 3 categories: some that give color to feeds, some that give color to food from animal origin, such as eggs, and also salmonoids or chicken. And then thirdly, those that favor the color of ornamental animals, such as fish and birds. And we also included reptiles here because they too are entitled to have colorings if necessary. But ultimately, these are the 3 groups of colorings that used to be all mixed together and that have now, thanks to this regulation, been divided into 3 categories. Next, we have flavorings, and Alexandro has talked about this in great detail, and what they do is that they improve the palatability and aroma or flavor of our foods. Within the flavoring category, there are synthetic flavorings such as saccharin, neosporin, dihydrochalcone, and then there are certain natural products such as botanical extracts, tinctures, and all of those that are produced from plants. And there are others which are synthetic products or corresponding synthetic products. So these are additives that are found in nature, that are part of these plants, but are produced usually through a chemical synthesis. Methyl eugenol, perialdehyde, which has already been mentioned. These are all substances that are existing in nature, but that when they are included as additives, they are usually produced synthetically through chemistry and isolated from the rest. Within the group of colorings, before this regulation was applied, in flavorings, there was just one broad entry that covered all of them, synthetic products and natural products, and the corresponding synthetic products. And this encompassed thousands of substances. Then in flavorings, it was all really quite chaotic because there were carotenoids, xanthophylls. They mixed together ones that color products of animal origin, so those that colour feeds. Then there was talk of a whole series of other colourings that were authorised according to community rules and standards to separate food that was not intended for human consumption. To prevent them from being used for human consumption, they would add colouring to set them apart so that people could tell them apart from other foods. So as I was saying, this was a whole chaotic mix of different types of colourings with no specifications. Some of them were really well defined, such as cathaxanthin, with established levels, or carotenoids. Now usually it was carotenoids and xanthophylls, and beyond that there were not very many specifications and not very much detail in the authorizations. So moving on to my next slide.
¿Qué es lo que pasó? Bueno, yo pongo un poco esto para...
So I just wanted to show you this to give you an idea of what happened with flavourings. When the community regulation was approved, you had to inform the Commission of all and any additives existing on the market. And as I mentioned, previously there used to be just a generic authorization for all flavourings and for a lot of colourings. So this notification was completed, carried out by operators, and the European Union published its record of additives. And then there was a deadline of 7 years to submit specific applications for authorization with a dossier and with full information with which to carry out a scientific assessment. That's what we called Article 10 of this law on additives. And once this information was submitted, almost all additives were presented around about 2010, which was 7 years after the regulation came into force. So they were always submitted right at the end of the deadline, because despite the fact that the industry had been given 7 years, they did of course need time to put together these dossiers according to these regulations. Everything was new, especially in terms of aromas, because most of them, in terms of flavourings, because most of them had been launched on the market with this generic authorization, but no specific authorization at all. And the same applied to a lot of colorings. The analytical method for a lot of colorings had never been carried out, and there was no information about analytical methods in colorings because it's quite a complex process. So anyway, in 2010, all of the additive authorization submissions came through, and what the EFSA did was that according to the regulation, they prioritized certain dossiers over others. In the case of colorings, their priority was established more in the long term, and work was more focused on more important additives such as vitamins and oligoelements, whilst others were relegated, as is the case of a lot of sensory additives which are not so relevant or not so important. That was the situation, and in the meantime these products were on the market. So what happened was that after some time, given that many additives had been reported, they had been notified, but then no authorization submission was sent, they had to be withdrawn from the market. And in the case of non-artificial chemical flavorings, which is those that exist in nature but that are usually produced synthetically through chemical synthesis, 1,326 were notified and 764 were withdrawn for all species, and for 23 species, 23 were withdrawn for some species. In case of botanicals, there were 891, and then 612 were withdrawn for all species and 10 for some species. And then in the case of artificial aromas, or flavourings rather, where there were 4, 2 saccharins were removed or withdrawn, and only 1 saccharin was left. Here you can see it. And this gives you an idea of the importance of this sentence. So yes, all flavorings were authorized, but then actually in reality, it really was very, very laborious work. Then there were another 2 withdrawal regulations, plus one that was voted for just last week. And in those regulations, they also withdrew 1 botanicals, 12 chemicals, and also colorings. For instance, in the 2017 regulation, 28 colorings were removed for some species or specific uses. And that was really quite a considerable withdrawal for colorings. So the only additives that were left were those that had applied for an authorization and their use had not been withdrawn for some species. So how many authorization regulations have there been since 2004? There have been 85 regulations, 23 of which are for botanicals and 45 for chemicals. One of them is a denial or refusal, don't ask me which because I don't know. But anyway, broadly speaking, quite a lot of work has been done since 2016, which is when authorizations began in bulk. There were 3 withdrawal regulations, as I just mentioned, and then there are 12 which are amino acids and flavorings. So these applications were made for aromas and for amino acids. These are new additives. These were not the original additives that were notified as existing products. These are new additives. And since then, there have been 2 renewals.
Y en el caso de
In the case of colorings, there were 24 regulations, 3 for withdrawal, which are those that I mentioned earlier, 1 refusal, which was titanium dioxide, which I remember well, and 20 authorizations. So what are the requirements to gain authorization? Well, first there are a series of administrative requirements. Firstly, you have to submit a full file, a full dossier. And this full file has to contain all data on harmlessness, efficacy, and full information regarding use of the additive and identification of that additive. And there is also a summary of that file or that dossier which should be publicly available, featuring the name of the applicant, the identification of the additive, the functional group it belongs to, the method of production and analysis, the studies carried out and conclusions of those studies on harmlessness to the environment, to consumers and to animals. And then also to workers, harmlessness for workers. Then there's also work on how these studies were notified, because now there is the General Food Law, which requires that any studies to be carried out by companies to support the authorization of an additive has to be notified, as in the intention to carry out that study has to be notified with information on the laboratory where the study will be carried out, the additive in question, and the purposes that it is intended to be used for. So all of this information under this General Food Law has to be notified through an established system which the EFSA is supervising. And then when there is post-marketing monitoring, in most additives, it has to be shown in a public summary. Then there is the scientific summary, which is, let's say, a more developed summary in terms of the scientific aspects of harmlessness. And then there is also the request for confidentiality, which is an important aspect. Now, since the General Food Law has come into place, it is the EFSA that is in charge of confidentiality. Before that, it was the Commission. And it's true that there are some dossiers that have been stopped due to lack of resources, and that the confidentiality process has not been completed for. So sometimes you may see it published with a series of crossed out text that you cannot see. And that's because the issue of confidentiality probably has not been dealt with in terms of the scientific opinion and the data that has been provided. There's also the administrative information concerning the applicant. This is quite confusing because you have to state the name of the applicant, their address, their fax number, their email, but then also you have to state the details of the contact person, which is sometimes the same as the applicant, other times it's a consultancy firm, for instance. And often these names, or these contact details are changed, but the Commission is not informed, only the EFSA is informed, because if you present an application to the Commission, you have to inform them, yeah, you're going to change something, because otherwise if they're going to try and send you a letter, they'll find that that contact person no longer exists or whatever. So it's important to provide these details accurately to avoid future problems. There's also the issue of the analytical method used by the laboratory. You have to take 3 samples, prove that you have paid the fees, the laboratory fees. Sometimes you don't have to pay the fee if it's a renewal, for instance. Other times you do, depending on which types of analysis were carried out initially. And that's basically the most administrative aspects concerning these applications. Then there are the authorization requirements, the part concerning identification of the additive, which refers to purity, physical condition of the product, characterization of the active ingredient, and in the case of plant flavorings, you have to state the scientific name of the plant,
El nombre científico de la planta,
the scientific name, the family, the genre, the species. You also have to state the Council of Europe number, and funnily enough, the Council of Europe has developed a list of additives where they analyze the substance of toxicological concern, or more briefly, substance of concern, and that they give a general name to the plant, and then it turns out that you can get an extract from the plant, you could get a tincture. So the Council of Europe number is not the great solution. It's not ultimately very specific, but it does identify the plant broadly, and then you can state subindexes and so on. Also, there is the ISO code. The Flavis number is also important for flavorings, both for chemical ones and for botanicals, especially though for chemical ones because they have specifically characterized substances. It's important to state their physical properties if it's an additive that is in liquid form or in solid form, the capacity for dust production or powder production, which may affect the safety of the worker who deals with it, the boiling point, pH, density. So depending on the type of additive, these are the types of information that you may have to provide. And I don't want to go into this in much detail. And then another important aspect is the manufacturing process, the critical points in the manufacturing process, which includes whether there are components that are added to the additive, and that may be the topic of toxicological concern. Then also the physical, chemical and technological properties of the additive. For instance, in colorings, homogeneity is very important. So evenness in colorings for products of animal origin is very important. So is its shelf life or useful life, the stability of the premixture, the stability that they might have in the water. So all of these aspects have to be stated. You also have to state the method of analysis, which the reference laboratory will then validate for additives that have already been authorized and that are being renewed. And in some cases, when validation has been modified or the conditions for validation have been modified, then very old applications will need revalidation. But for those that have been modified since the recent rules were put into place, then you can simply apply for a straightforward renewal.
sobre este
So about this on the flavors, my colleague Paola from the EFSA is going to talk about it more. So we have to see the safety for the target species. So there's several ways of doing this. On the one side, we can do a bibliographic review. It's difficult that it fits what you want to put in the market with what you can see on these reviews. For example, with vitamins, it's easier, but with other additives, it's more difficult. Then the toxicology analysis in lab animals. Paola is going to dig deeper on this, and it's based on several different information like the BMDL, TTC, NOAL, or some of these tests. So are basically some mechanisms that are being used to evaluate the safety of this additive, which are based in this test on lab animals and also in the chemical structures of these additives, if they can be comparable to others that we already know that are dangerous for animals or for people. And then we also have tests in animals, which is what Lucas said. It's something that has been done in 4 big studies in animals, because the first evaluation from the EFSA for flavors were so tiny doses that the applicants could not use them in an effective way. Basically, the normal dose of usage did not fit with what the EFSA said as maximum dose, because it was based on studies in lab animals, and here we apply a safety criteria which is very high. If we have 100, maybe it's being applied 100 times less than the one we should. But if you do studies on animals, maybe it's feasible that you can increase the studies on the dose as we have done. Also, all of these studies about the consumers, I'm not going to talk much about this, but are based on the absorption, distribution, and the metabolism of this additive. If this additive it goes to the feed or not, or if, for example, this additive it's stored. It's in the case of toxicant, for example. And there are also some toxicologic studies, fundamentally in the genotoxicity and the subchronic toxicity, and in other we have to do more extensive studies. And there are some cases in which safety of consumers is warranted, because maybe the additive is easily metabolized by the animal, it does not appear in the meat, in the egg, in the milk, in any of this product, so it's not a problem at the end. It happens with some additives. Another important thing is the requisites for workers. So here we have reached an agreement. So despite there are some opinions that say that these additives may have some effects, negative effects for skin, for the eyes. If we see it's an additive that doesn't have a high toxicity, which doesn't generate, which is not carcinogenic or doesn't do any damage, there's a standard phrase that says that the company may take all of the measures as possible, and if they cannot apply these measures, they should apply personal safety measures like gloves, masks, glasses, because this is required from the companies to take some general measures when it comes to gas destruction, some measures, and then as the last step, it's the direct protection of the worker with masks, with gloves, and glasses, etc.
último, voy a ver. No he querido hablar de...
I didn't want to mention microorganisms, because it's also very important. In the case of colorings, it's not many the cases that happens through microorganisms. It's in the case of flavors, none of them. So this is not very relevant for the additives we are talking about. Now we are with the environment evaluation. In general, this is important for colorings, but is less important for flavors in general, because many of them are natural substances which are already existent on the environment. And then there's other cases like the one you said previously on some chemical flavors, where we have had some problems like sweetness, and we can have some problems in the sea or ocean environment. We have had to restrict the use in this sea environments to some of these additives because the calculations we do, it's, well, I don't understand very well how these calculations are done, but somehow they calculate that all of the waste of fish fall in a small area, so the capacity of accumulating this substance can be very high in some additives that can be risky for the sea or the ocean. In most of the cases, the environment is not very difficult for flavors, and it's more difficult to demonstrate that it doesn't harm the environment in the coloring case. So I wanted to put an example about the safety of the consumer. We have the astaxanthin, adonirubin, and cantaxanthin. So how do we transfer this safety or this harmlessness? We see this dairy consumption in the consumer, and after certain calculations we reach the conclusion that the doses of this additive represents just a percentage of this recommended dose, and the exposition of the consumer is low. So we consider this is, well, it's a bit more difficult than what I've just said, but we consider that this exposure to these doses is not, it's harmless basically. So there's not going to be any risk for the consumer. So in the case of colorings, most of them are chemical. One is just caused by a microorganism, and here you have another case. These are just few of them, and this one is caused by plants. But most of them are chemicals. Well, in the case of colorants, the effectiveness is more difficult for those colorants used to improve the color of the products from animal origin. Here we have to do an effectiveness study to demonstrate that this color is doing something, but it's not a very difficult study. And now in the case of feed, the colorings that color feed sometimes they're authorized in human consumption, and there is a new disposition in the regulation 429 which says this is authorized in human consumption and it's used for the same uses. You don't need to demonstrate the effectiveness, but the thing is, EFSA in many cases says that the matrix of this feed for animals are different compared to the one for humans. So they request this additional test. So we must say that from the management board, the decisions that they make, sometimes they have completely forgotten about this comment of the EFSA, because they've considered that if these colorings are authorized in human food and in even higher doses, then why they are not going to color animal feed, for example? So this part from the management board in which they can decide, it's been always considered like this. they always see what doses are approved for humans, and then they just explained the decision they made. I had a case. We have here the representative from that thing. There was an additive that was put in some animal feed, and there were some grains were one color, other grains had another color, and some grains with a different color had more additive, and the others with the other color, they didn't have this additive. So basically, if the dog ate just the green grains, he had more additives than if he didn't. So the effectiveness, it's very important for the colorings that color the animal origin substances. And when it comes to flavors, the opinion of EFSA says that as the flavor is authorized in human food, it's not necessary to demonstrate its effectiveness in animal feed. We have had a recent case of a flavor which is not authorized in humans, and that the pharmacologist said that it's a beautiful aroma, it smells a lot, and that it has an intense aroma. So we are having some discussions because some members say, no, we have to ask for data. And I say, well, it's the pharmacopoeia, the one that's saying this, but, well, it is true, it's authorized as a medicine and not as an additive, so this generic sentence that says if it is authorized for human, it can be used for animals, wouldn't apply. But even the pharmacopoeia recognizes this intense and pungent aroma and says that even it can be considered for usage. Then we have the adoption of this regulation authorization. So first we have what we call the opinion, which is basically the judgment in Spanish. So once this opinion is adopted, we receive the opinion maybe the same day, the day after. It's not the last opinion because it has to be sent to the applicant. We have to improve some presentation aspects, but it is an opinion that it's useful for us to start seeing the additive, and then we start thinking about the future authorization or not. Usually in the following working group, they discuss this expert opinion, if it's an opinion that can be authorized despite it's not the last one. But we believe it's not modified a lot. Maybe there was sometimes a mistake that has changed some slight things, but afterwards it's always reviewed with the opinion published in the EFSA journal. So we present in this working group the annex, and if it's not in a positive opinion, we discuss this in the working group because we have structured that we are going to ask complementary information for the applicant. Once it's been seen on the working group, we have the committee. And here it's where we present this annex in the regulation committee. You can access through the register of the committee and you can demand that annex to read it if you want. So this annex, it's officially introduced or presented, and it's compulsory to do it in the 3 months following of the presentation of the opinion in the journal of the authority. So many times it's presented when it's just published or even before being published. Then it's discussed once again in this working group, the complete regulation, the annex and the opinion, and it's voted in the following committee. It's not always possible because sometimes it requires time because there's some difficulties with species with the specifications. So this will be the idealistic situation. So with all of this, between 3 months when you discuss this for the first time, so 3-4 months is the minimum time, and sometimes it's even more, 6 months, 5 months. And once it's voted in the committee, it's published in the official journal. Sometimes they ask me, when is it going to be published? Because in this register you can see the documents. Later you have the report of the committee also published. So we're trying to publish it as soon as possible so that you can see if there's been a positive or negative vote, because sometimes we encounter some problems and we cannot vote. Sometimes we receive calls like asking if we've been able to vote or not, and sometimes it's not possible to vote. So when the annex of this regulation, it's pretty well detailed, we ask the applicants to do some comments. Sometimes we pay attention to these comments, sometimes not. If something's wrong, we correct it, we try to improve it. Even the voting day, I have had cases in which Fefana has sent me an urgent email saying you have to change this or modify the other thing, and if they are true, we change it. If not, we don't change it. I think we're transparent from the committee when we always receive comments. So we always say, well, this is the letter we sent, this is the letter we received. We always say everything out loud so that the applicant has the right to defend themselves. Also, when we publish this in the general official journal, takes between 2 and 3 months because we have to translate it, because it's basically 1 month. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes longer than we would wish for. There's nothing else we can do. And now we're going to put an example of the aromas, which is a chemical aroma in the flavor, which is in nature, but it is authorized as a chemical compound. You can see all of the specifications, the name, the identification name. Here 2D, it's because they were in Annex 1 of the regulations. The flavorings are classified in the category 2. A would be colorings and B are flavorings. That's why you can read 2B in the name of the additive. Then you can see some numbers about the purity, which is 95%, produced by a chemical synthesis, the formula, the K number, Flavis number. It was Fefana, the one that proposed to write down 2B and then the Flavis number, because it's a number assigned to each substance. It was a good idea because it's easy to distinguish its substance. Then the use conditions, we reached this agreement that these mixtures of flavors could only be added to the animal feed with the pre-mixtures, which is pre-mixture is basically a pre-mixture of flavors. Then also the stability conditions of the additives that must be taken in account for storing and warehouse, and also for the shelf life in the market. And then also what we already mentioned, indicating in the label the recommended dose or set dose. If that dose is over the recommended one, then we should find the name, the quantity that has been added. So that's the reality. We spent nearly 6 months discussing how we should fix this maximum dose levels. Then we have the botanicals, which is a different topic, and maybe we would need to harmonize this a little bit more. But it is true that they're different from each other, the characteristics are different, and it is clear that what we call this substance of concern are substances that have some problems that they can change their shape, they can be carcinogenic, mutagenic, so. And the proposals of Fefana were discussed at the moment. I think I was not there when in the middle one, but I was there in the last one. But the member states are for maintaining, if there are certain levels of substances of concern, to maintain these maximum levels. And it is true that maybe we have to harmonize that these are not mixed with other additives. Now we're working on this exposure margin, which is the MOET. Paola is going to explain this better than me. And we will see if we can have a more specific criteria. Also, in other cases, they sometimes complain why we wrote down these maximum levels, and sometimes we use them for technical matters. There are some tannin extracts now which are well known, so the thing is that if this is used for flavor, we have to put a maximum dose. So sometimes the matter here is that maybe they are used as medicine or for other matters for animals. So we will try to follow always the same criteria. But I think we are talking about substances that in human food, if you add them in a direct way, unconscious way, they wouldn't be allowed, is what he said in his previous presentation. So we must avoid some risks. Also for the image of the sector. Well, that's it. I don't know if you have any question.
Muchas gracias, Almudena.
Thank you very much, Almudena. You are always telling the small details about everything we want to know. I don't know if you have any more specific question here in the room. From the chat, we have some questions. Let's see how I put this in words because they're difficult to understand. The laboratories of additives, the ones that do tests to additives, they say they exist, that some veterinary labs that do not want to do this test for vegetable oils and additives. So they know that the tests are difficult. Basically, it's what I understand they are saying. It's difficult to find labs that help us. Yeah, it must be, because I think you're talking about private labs, right? Not official control labs, that enterprises want to use them to make sure that the products... Well, I'm not going to say no, but it's not that under the regulation. Well, some things are difficult sometimes. I was for a year working for fishing industry and products, and there was an alert on the arsenic components in bivalves and clamshells. So I couldn't find any lab that was open. Well, at the end, I was able to contact one in Germany that they did analyze the arsenic in these bivalves, because I wanted to demonstrate that our products were not were not dangerous, because this inorganic arsenic that was there was nearly nothing. I mean, there was arsenic because the sea is full of arsenic, but I guess that the more additives we have, there's always a marker, some levels that are the ones analyzed. And basically, you don't analyze the whole compound, you just analyze those two compounds or elements. So the lab analyses are a bit difficult, so you have to pay more attention to traceability, not only to the lab tests. Another question is that it is true that the tests, recommended tests for this authorization of additives, are very difficult to carry out. So the question is if there's a possibility of replacing them for scientific studies, for literature. Yeah, that exists, has always existed, but it is difficult that what you want to authorize fits with a bibliography review, with a scientific study carried out that complies with the criteria that want to comply for your authorization for additives. This has always been existing. You have these three possibilities: bibliography review, toxicological tests, or studies on animals. But as I have said, some cases is easy, vitamins, for example, but in others it's difficult. Yes. Well, I have these questions in the chat. Isabel, can you please first introduce yourselves? Isabel Marzo from Aliprem. I wanted to do a comment. It's something we have mentioned many cases, many times. First of all, I want to thank you for your presentation, because in this slides you can understand how complex and difficult this is, all of the work behind the authorizations. But I believe that I wanted to launch this request to industry, because there's the work on the authorization. Alex explained this is clear. We also understand that the commission has to work with all of those data. You said more than 2,200 notified as flavors at the beginning. That's a lot. And what I wanted to request or ask is maybe if you can tell us if it's forecasted to do this review of the 1,831, because it's a regulation from 2003 that was written with what we had. I mean, we're talking about the end of the 90s and beginning of the 2000s, and also the additives have changed, and this is completely outdated, very strict and difficult to work with, especially when it comes to labeling. And then the other dramatic situation is the target species. I know it must be difficult, but trying to harmonize in the regulation the target species, because when you have this pre-mixture that has 20 additives, the manufacturer that has to take in account all of these limitations, it's like impossible. So I want to thank all of you, the work, EFSA, the commission, because I think it's necessary to do this review, because if not, it's very difficult to work in our daily life. Thank you so much. Well, on the review of the regulation of additives, here we are going to try to find a formula for the aromas. That's not necessary to write it down and maybe in the label, but in the annex documents. And I don't know yet. Theoretically, it's going to be ready by the end of 2024. But the truth is that we don't have many means. There's been a restructuring of our organizations. These last months have been very difficult, and we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel again, but the truth is that this is going to be by the end of 2024. There's some information, it's not going to be needed in the physical label, it's going to be in another annex document, but I don't know what's going to come out from this, because sometimes you come up with something, then the parliament just enters and reorganizes or disorganizes everything, and basically at the end you don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes everything changes completely. You never know. But we're keen to modernize and update this as much as we can. And your other question, yes, species, right. We have been speaking about this because we are worried about the species thing, because it's true, if we have this in the Annex 4 from this regulation, these categories are not enough, and then if we translate this, we're talking about growing animals and other species that we didn't use before, and it is true that somehow we need to clarify all of this, but for that you need time. And we have a priority, which is additive authorization and present this annex in 3 months, because if we don't do this, we can have some problems. The industry wants to have their additives obviously authorized. So I recognize we are facing this problem, and somehow we have to try to improve it so that we are all speaking the same language. There's another question, what I think we should seize the opportunity to mention and to clarify, which is difference between maximum quantity and maximum recommended quantity, and how do I apply this to the animal feed labeling. Well, the maximum recommended, I've never done this, but it's from the trace elements, because you know that a certain trace elements, due to environment issues, in most of the cases the maximum recommended quantity is the one that you should use. But then there are some cases that in certain regions or certain places has to be used a bigger quantity, and that's why we have this maximum quantity. I cannot say how we can translate this to the labeling, but I think the maximum recommended quantity has not to be written down on the labeling. It has to be specified the quantity that you add of an additive where there's a maximum dose established. So we always have to use the recommended quantity, write it down in the label, like I have added this quantity, and the fact that the maximum quantity exists is that we do not overcome this quantity. And unless there's a minimum quantity, we have to specify the quantity added and then try that this is the one recommended. And if we don't use the recommended one, if we get a control or an inspection activity, to be able to respond, why didn't you write down this? So I don't think we can go beyond this, because if there's a maximum quantity, you have the right to use that quantity. But well, I guess here, I don't know if my Portuguese friend agrees with me, but when it is recommended, we have to try to use the recommended and write it down on the label. So yeah, write it down on the label, always, basically. If there's no any other question, thank you so much, Almudena. And now Paola is going to explain everything that has to do with EFSA.
Tu go avanti è questo? Avanti.
Okay, thank you. My name is Paola Manini. Buenos dias a todos, but my Spanish is finished here, so I have to do my presentation in English. I understand quite well, but I'm not able to speak, not yet. I have a lot of colleagues in my unit who are Spanish, so I can understand quite well. Okay, so I work in EFSA in the FITCO unit. The FITCO unit has been created following the reorganization of EFSA last year, so before feed was a single unit supporting the feed up panel, which is dealing with the feed additive, and now has been merged with the contam unit, which is supporting the contam panel, which is dealing with contaminant in food and feed. So we are taking care in our unit of feed additive, but also of contaminant in feed. I joined EFSA in 2009 when the reevaluation of feed additive started, and I was taking care of the reevaluation of vitamin and also of flavorings. Of feed flavorings. So I followed all the steps of the reevaluation of feed flavorings since the beginning. Okay. Okay. It's going ahead in the... No, it's going ahead in the computer here, but not in the... I don't know why. Oh, yes.
Nos funciona en la pantalla, pero no se refleja. O sea, el ordenador va perfecto.
Sí.
Aquí. Vale. Okay. Yes.
Okay, now it's working. Thank you. Okay, so this is more or less the structure of the presentation. I was as Alexandra, divided into chemically defined flavoring, focusing mostly on the evaluation criteria and the data gaps that we have identified in the assessment. The status was already presented, so I will not give much detail, only maybe some more information from the point of view of the assessors. And then I will focus on the botanical, because I think that the botanical feed flavoring was really a challenge since the beginning. For the industry, it was a titanic work, but also for the assessor, because when we had the mandate in 2010, we didn't have an idea on how to assess these botanicals. So we needed a methodology that was developed by EFSA, so we needed new method and also new concept. New method because the mixture assessment which we are now applying is based on the toxicity of the individual component, which is then combined to assess the toxicity of the mixture. Then we have this new concept that natural doesn't necessarily mean safe. Okay, so it is something that is important because we know that there are substances of concern. We have already listened about the presence of these substances of concern in about 1/3 of the botanical preparation. Then I will also present you some novelty from the side of EFSA, which is the attempt to include this new assessment methodology in the risk assessment of botanicals, particularly to fill some data gaps. So we have a project which is ongoing now in EFSA, and I will give you some detail on how we intend to use the data that are generated in this project. And then I will give you some information on the current status of the reevaluation from the point of view of the assessors, and also the work plan that we expect to do from here until 2027 or even maybe later. Okay, so talking about chemical feed flavoring, focusing on the evaluation criteria, the assessment also for chemical flavoring is based on a very limited data set. This was done also in the case of food flavorings because the number of these substances was very high, 2,000 substances for food flavors, more than 600, about 600 for feed flavors. And then we were also proposing a limited approach, a simplified approach, considering that the same compound were already evaluated for use in food. And also the use in food already included some concept like the assessment of compounds as group of chemicals, and also they also identify some prioritization criteria to identify the substances that really needed to be tested. Some QSAR was already applied in the area of food. So QSAR is the quantitative structure activity relationship, so modeling the property of the molecule using these in silico tools. For example, this was done for the genotoxicity of the compound, but also we know that the assessment that was done for the evaluation for food has some gaps, because, for example, the genotoxicity assessment of flavorings is based on a limited data set. Only the mutagenicity is assessed, the Ames test, and in some cases we have some in vitro data for the other endpoint for genotoxicity. So it was not systematically done. And also the assessment of the flavor in food is always based at the level of intake, so normally is done at levels that are low, because the flavoring property already at low concentration. So what we had in our assessment for the characterization of flavoring was a batch-to-batch variation, and usually we were happy when we have evidence that the specifications set for the use in food by JECFA were met, so the feed flavor was similar, identical to the one that was using for food use. Then we have generic information on the manufacturing process, because the applicant is not the producer of the flavoring. They are buying flavoring and they are mixing flavoring. So this has an impact, because normally we don't have data on impurity. We have a statement that these impurity are under control, because there is a system, quality system in force, which ensure that the additive does not contain substances that could be considered of concern. And then we have also statement about the stability of these additives, because again, it is very difficult to have this stability study for such high number of compounds, particularly for companies that are not producing these additives. And this is another gap that, in our opinion, we say that this is a statement that the additive is stable, but we don't have evidence which support this statement. Also, the efficacy of feed additive doesn't need to be demonstrated, because it is assumed to be the same as in food. And this was already in the guidance, so it is okay, it is in line with the guidance. When dealing with the safety for the target animals, normally we don't have tolerance study as requested for the majority of other additive. We have limited evidence from the literature, so we have toxicological data, mostly based on this old study that the food industry performed in the 60s or the 70s. These studies are not compliant with the current guidance, but they were accepted in the framework of the evaluation of flavoring, because I think that we didn't have any other option. And normally this flavoring, the majority of flavoring don't have high toxicity. So in the end, they were accepted, and only in the cases where we couldn't find toxicological data from the applicant could not provide the toxicological data from in laboratory animal, this concept of the threshold of toxicological concern was applied. It's a very pragmatic threshold, so we set this limit at the 5th at the lowest percentile of the distribution of this toxicological value for the compound which belong to the same class of toxicity. So we put the value on the left-hand side, and we take a very low value for each compound. And in this case, these results, usually the application of this concept, results in very low concentration, safe concentration in feed. Then, looking at the safety for the consumer, normally we don't have data on the metabolism of these substances in the target species. No, we don't have data on residue, but we have used assumption. So we assume that the same metabolism that occur in laboratory animal for which there are studies also is expected to occur also in our target species. And therefore, since these chemicals, flavoring, are expected to be metabolized extensively, we don't expect residues for the consumer. So consumers are not expected to be exposed to this chemically flavoring derived from the use of this as feed additive. They are already exposed to the same substances because the substances are used as food flavoring. For the user safety, we have these phrases, risk phrases from the material safety data sheet. I think that for chemical flavoring, this was the approach that was followed for the majority of them, but we never had the generation of new data for flavorings. And for the environmental safety, we also applied a simplified approach, taking into account evidence that this molecule, these substances are naturally occurring in plants that are present in the European environment, or maybe we assume that they don't arrive intact to the environment because they are extensively metabolized in the animal. So we don't expect that the environment is exposed to these substances. Only in a limited number of chemical flavorings we have applied some calculation based, we have created this approach for flavoring, trying to apply the principle of the guidance on the environmental risk assessment, but this was in line with the previous guidance. For the current guidance, maybe it will be a little bit more difficult, but we will try also for botanical to avoid going into a detailed area risk assessment because it is very, very complicated, and most of the time we go into trouble for nothing. So this was what we had and what we was missing because we didn't have data for the majority of the data requirement. Nevertheless, we have evaluated the 33 dossiers on CDGs and then 10 standalone substances that were not CDG, more or less 600 substances. We had 40 opinions on CDG and 10 opinions on the other standalone substances. Two substances are still missing the first set of evaluation. One is in CG29, is this 4-methyl 5-vinyl-thiazole that will be finalized this week in the plenary. This is scheduled in the plenary in May. They were both on hold because the genotoxicity issue that was raised in the evaluation as food flavor was still pending because of this aneogenicity, which is a new endpoint that EFSA has identified as relevant to address fully the genotoxicity, the safety of additives. So for the first one, it was cleared, and now we can proceed with the assessment of for the feed use. For the second one, it is still pending because the aneogenicity need further data to be generated, so we don't know when it can be finalized. Then we had a number of additives that require follow-up opinion. I will not enter into detail because Alexandra has already explained that some of them were included in this tolerance study with mixture of flavorings. We have already completed 2 of them, and then we expect to complete the herbal in the second part of 2023. I hope so. And then we are ready to receive the last one. And then we have also evaluated another non-TT, non-tolerance trial mixture that was mixtures, group of additive for which we were requested to change to do some changes compared to the former opinion. But we are more or less on track. I really would like to, I appreciated the words by Alexandra on the collaboration by EFSA and the Commission on this designing of tolerance studies with mixture of flavorings. This was really a new concept something very new, and I think that is peculiar to this. So it was not the perfect data set that toxicology would like to have in the hand to evaluate the safety of an individual compound, but it was really a great progress in the evaluation of chemical flavorings. Then the renewal. The renewal, according to my calendar, will start in 2027. So the first data set for this CDG will probably start to 2026. The objective of the renewal is to demonstrate that the compliance of the additive and the market with the condition of the existing authorization, and also that the additive, in the light of the current knowledge, the additive remains safe. So we will consider that some guidance documents in the meantime have been updated. We have also the guidance on user safety that is under preparation, a new guidance. And the question is if this renewal will be the opportunity to fill some of the data gap that we have identified. Let's see, we have already received a couple of individual products. The Naringin was finalized, and in the case of the Naringin, it was very nice because the literature searches were provided, and also the genotoxicity was fully clear because all the endpoints were addressed in the study that were presented. So we cleared a lot of data gaps, but I understand that it is not possible for 600 substances to have this type. So this will be discussed, also considering that there is no renewal foreseen for food flavoring. So the food flavoring have been evaluated once based on a limited data set on genotoxicity. The expert of the food panel, they know it very well, but it is impossible to start generating data now for 2,000 substances. So we need to know, but we have also new methodology. This new risk assessment methodology probably will help a lot also to fill the data gap. So this is what I think, and I hope that we will find a way to reevaluate, to make the renewal in a way without generating too much new data. Okay, so going to the topic that I really love, I'm very happy to be here with you today because this was one of the biggest challenges, my second life, my second scientific life, the one in EFSA, because these botanicals are complex. We have now about 200 botanical preparations to be assessed, and we know that 30% of them contain substances that are genotoxic and carcinogenic, at least in laboratory animals or when tested in vitro. Particularly, we have been dedicating a lot of time to this class of compounds, which are the parallel alkoxybenzenes, estragol, methyl-eugenol, saffrol, but also elemicin, myristicin, and the concentration of these substances is very variable. You see some nice picture because methyl-eugenol is present in basil. You know that in Italy we are eating a lot of pesto, la genovese, we are eating probably a lot of methyl-eugenol. Estragol is in star anise. They are widespread in spices. So we know that it is a complex topic because if we raise a concern for the use in feed, this immediately will have an impact on the food sector. And then we have also other species which contain furocoumarins, like the citrus species, because the peel of citrus contain these substances that are carcinogenic after irradiation, after sun activation. And there is also the perylaldehyde, which is a big question mark because we don't know, we don't have the final answer if it is genotoxic or not, but it was evaluated as genotoxic by EFSA some years ago. Now there are new data, but we need to proceed with this assessment. So this was a very long journey. When we started in looking at the dossier in 2010, we saw that the dossier were practically empty. It was not possible to perform an assessment with this dossier. And also we had 600 chemicals to be evaluated. And then some of these chemicals are also components of botanical. This is why, in agreement with the Commission, EFSA decided for a prioritization, so to prioritize the assessment of the chemicals and leave the botanical on hold. When we were at a good stage in 2015 in the evaluation of chemicals, we started discussing on data requirement because we couldn't stop the process indefinitely. So we had a technical hearing, several technical hearings. We have an info session in Barcelona in 2015, and we have several technical hearings where we identified a couple of pilot dossiers for which the applicants started generating data and sending the data to EFSA. Then we have, this is an important, 2017, this trilateral meeting with the Commission and industry on discuss on how to proceed with for these substances of concern. And we had also a roadmap for botanical, because we have also to invent a new administrative process, because you know that we have up to 35 additives in one BDG, the BDG1. So how can we manage? So we decided to accept the submission of data as a small data packages. So it is okay for the one that have to generate the data, but also for the assessor, because imagine you receive 35 additives the same day, and then you have to run, you have 6 months to proceed to the evaluation. So this was not feasible. So we have invented a new process with the split of the dossier, the restart of the clock for once the dossier is split, we can proceed with the additives for which the information is complete. Then there was, for me, the most important step was the publication of the guidance on mixture. I was involved in the working group on mixture because this guidance was essentially thought for the assessment of pesticides. But luckily, the chair of the working group, Christer Ågstrand, was also formerly was a former chair of the working group on feed flavoring, so he invited me to join because he knew about the need of the feed-up panel to evaluate its mixture. So we could also prepare a document that was also fit for purpose, also for the evaluation of botanicals. And then when the guidance was published, we could also publish our first opinion, applying this approach, the opinion on cardamom oil. Then we have other important steps because we consulted twice the EFSA scientific committee about the presence of substances of concern, these genotoxic and carcinogenic substances, because we didn't want to be alone in EFSA, because EFSA is one EFSA, so the feed-up panel is a small panel, productive panel, and this question was too complex to be alone. We consulted the scientific committee, and we had a first response on the approach to be applied, and then we consulted it again in the end of last year because we had some preparation with higher concentration of these substances of concern, so we were asking if we were still on the right way. Okay, so this slide was, I think it was the outcome of the discussion that we had with Fefana during this pilot. So what do we really need to assess this botanical? We need that to apply this component-based approach, we need that the mixture is well characterized. We know that for essential oil, it's quite straightforward. You put in the GCMS and you have your response. You can arrive relatively easily at 99%. There are other additives like the tincture, which are extremely difficult to be characterized. So I really appreciated the enormous effort that the applicant has made to characterize tincture. So I was very pleased when we received the tiger root tincture, and after a few months we were able to adopt the opinion, because it was really an enormous work that was done. The tincture was well characterized. We cannot arrive 99% to have the identity of the individual component, but at least we know the major classes of compound, and we explain the composition of the additive, and then the compound that have some effect, some properties, they are identified individually. This is really a great job, and I think that the working group is also very, very pleased that after long discussion we have really very good data to be assessed, and now the assessment is also much easier for the assessors. So we have identification of the component. We ask to have the synonym because especially for botanical there is a lot of use of synonym. The Cas number, the Flavis number, Almudena also mentioned, it is a number which identify compound that have these flavoring properties. We try to check the isomers, if the isomeric composition, because in plant it is also important. And then we try to have a range of variation, batch to batch variation, trying to have, if there are different sources, we need to have more batches. And then we asked Fefana to propose consolidated specification, at least for a number of compounds, and this was an important step. Then, concerning the presence of genotoxic compounds, we need to know if they are present. So, for this purpose, the literature is screened to identify the potential presence of this compound. And then, the compound that have been identified and not found in the literature, they are also screened with these in silico tools like the QSAR to see if they could represent a concern. The generation of experimental data, in principle, is the preferred way, but it is impossible for mixture, so to ask for each component of the mixture. So it is maybe a last chance in case we don't have the possibility to use the literature or maybe the other tool. And then we need for each of the components a reference value, because when we do the mixture assessment, we need an OAL, so an effect which is of does not exert adverse effect, or maybe a BMDL value which is similar. So we need a level which is of no concern for each of the components. And then we asked also the applicant to allocate the compound to the corresponding class of toxicity according to this Kramer class classification, in order to include it in case we don't have reference value from laboratory animal, from toxicological study in laboratory animal. But I want to stress that in the assessment of botanical, we are trying to reuse all existing data, so all the data that we have assessed for the evaluation of chemical flavoring, all toxicological data can be reused and are included in this assessment. And then we are really willing to reduce at minimum the generation of new animal data. So this is a new concept, because you know that normally when you have to submit an application for an additive, you have to provide all the data, and the animal data are the preferred data, at least the one in the target species. But in this case, it is not feasible. It's not impossible. It's not possible, and this is why we try to make use of this of what we have. So the guidance, this is a snapshot of the principle. So the guidance apply all the pillars of the risk assessment. So we start from the problem formulation. So we, based on the description of the mixture, we decide if we can apply or not this component-based approach, because the whole mixture approach mean testing the mixture as a unique compound is still possible, but in the case of mixture, this component-based approach is really the preferred one. Then we have to assess the exposure of the animal. So for each animal, we are basing the exposure on the default value that are described in our guidance on target species, on the safety for target species. We take the maximum use level in feed for each species, which take the highest measured value for each of the components. So we design a sort of worst case scenario concerning for the exposure. Then we need to go to the hazard side. So for each of the component of the mixture, we check the component of the mixture. We have this concept which is extremely important, the creation of assessment group. So we group the compound according to the structural and metabolic similarity, and then within this group we check if we have enough reference value, so enough no AL or BMDL value to proceed with the assessment. If not, for some compound we apply the TDC. But in the grouping is an important concept, because within an assessment group we can apply read-across. So if there is sufficient structural similarity, for example, we can take the value, the reference value which is available for one compound for another compound which is structurally similar. We didn't do so much when we were assessing the chemicals, but now we understood that in the context of the mixture approach, this has to be done. If not, it will be very difficult. A lot of compound will be assessed using the TTC, and this will be at a certain point misleading. The grouping has also a drawback that we have to consider all the components that are assigned to the same group as additive. So we apply those addition, we sum up all the compounds which belong to the same group, and then we compare the exposure of the animal with the value that we have identified during the hazard assessment in the last step of the risk assessment, which is the risk characterization. So we apply those addition, and we have this margin of exposure or combined margin of exposure, which is one of the concepts that is inside the guidance. So we maybe in the next, and let me see if the margin or the calculated margin of exposure is sufficiently wide, for example, higher than 100, we can say, okay, we can conclude that the additive is safe at the proposed use level. If it is not enough, because the margin is not wide enough, there will be the need for some refinement. And this is another concept that it is inside the guidance, tiering and refinement. So the refinement could be, for example, that new data, toxicological data, are generated maybe for the compound that is the one that is the most important driving the outcome of the risk assessment. Or maybe the exposure could be reduced, for example, by reducing the use level. For the time being, we are, if we cannot conclude that maybe the proposed use level is safe, we are taking the way of proposing lower levels that can be considered safe and can ensure a margin of exposure which is sufficient, considered sufficient. So this was the opinion on cardamom oil, and you see that, for example, in the compound were grouped according to the chemical group. For example, the CG6 is presented. There are compounds which are structurally related, for example, terpineol acetate, alpha-terpineol, then we have terpinenol. So in this context, we had NOAL from a laboratory animal study for alpha-terpineol of 250, you see it in bold, and we applied also to the acetate and also to the compound that have the same structural feature. And then we calculated we compared the exposure in milligram kilogram body weight with the NOAL that was selected for each compound, and we have calculated the ratio. So the ratio is called the margin of exposure, and you see that is quite big for each of the compound. But we are not happy because according to this mixture approach, we have to sum up the individual contribution of the MOET, on the MOE for each of the components, and calculate the so-called MOET or combined margin of exposure, which was, in the case of cardamom oil, higher than 100 for all the group that we have identified in the mixture. So we could conclude that the use level that was proposed for this mixture, 5 milligram per kilogram complete feed, was safe. There is a lot of mathematics in this calculation, so the important step is to identify the component and to select for each of the component the proper reference value, considering the possibility to do this read across, or if read across is not possible, we apply the TTC. The TTC for the class with the lowest toxicity corresponds to an OL of 3. So we are going down, because you see that the NOAL for the compound in this group were 250 and 100, around 100 for the linalol and related compounds. Okay, so I have the same slide as Alexandra because this was an important point. In 2015, there was this decision of the FIDAP panel that all the feed additive containing substances that are genotoxic or carcinogenic, like estragol and methaneutronol, should not be deliberately added to the feed. This was in line also with the recommendation of the EFSA Scientific Committee. And there was also this clause that this applies independently from the origin of the source, chemical synthesis or botanical. So this triggered a lot of discussion, and I think that in 2017, together with the Commission, we had a frank discussion with the applicant, and we agreed not to stop, because the only possibility that was foreseen by this sentence was that as soon as you identify the component that is genotoxic, you stop at the level of the hazard. You identify an hazard and you don't do risk assessment. So we changed the panel, the working group at the panel was open and accepted the challenge. So go ahead with the risk assessment, even if you identify substances that could be of concern for genotoxicity and carcinogenicity, using the appropriate methodology. And this was very complex. Which is the appropriate methodology? So this is why we went also to the scientific committee for asking advice, because these compounds, metallugenol, estragol, safrole, are naturally present in plants, and they are extracted together with the other component during the manufacturing process, because they are volatile, so they go to the essential oil. What about the food? So in food, they are not permitted as pure substances to be added to food, but when they are when they are naturally present in flavoring or food ingredient with flavoring properties, there are maximum levels. They are pragmatic level. They are not based on a real risk assessment. They are based on pragmatic reasons. And also there was also this sentence in the EFSA 2005 document that the scientific committee recommend that in principle substances which are genotoxic and carcinogenic, so they are carcinogenic via a genotoxic mode of action, should not be deliberately added to food or feed. In the food chain via the feed. So we were really struggling on how to proceed. And we know that the scientific committee also developed this margin of exposure approach, but it was essentially for unavoidable contaminants. Then it was a little bit opened to in another opinion. But I think that what we did, we discussed internally a lot, and then after consultation of the scientific committee, specifically asking if this margin of exposure approach could be applied also to botanical additive which contains substances that are genotoxic and carcinogenic, they say that okay, we can apply it. They gave us some warning on the wording because of course when there are genotoxic and carcinogenic substances it's very difficult to conclude that the additive is safe in an absolute way. Then we have discussed the approach in the panel, and we have published in the website of EFSA to make it available, at least the principle. And we have identified in this approach 3 scenarios. One is the scenario that I will focus on. It is the margin of exposure approach, and it is essentially for substances for which there are carcinogenic studies in rodents available, like metallugenol, for example. Then we have a second option, which is the threshold of toxicological concern, that there is a threshold also for DNA reactive substances, but this threshold is so low that it is practically inapplicable. And then the last one is a comparative intake approach, which was applied in the case of citrus species, because, for example, furocumarins are present in citrus peel. Citrus peels are widely used in Europe as feed material, so animals are already eating these furocumarins without adverse effect. So we made a comparison of the intake of the furocumarins via the use of citrus peel as feed material and the intake, the potential intake of these furocumarins coming from the use of this lemon oil as feed additive. But I will not go into detail because I prefer to focus only on this first scenario. Because another question that we raised to the scientific committee was about the biological relevance of the endpoint, because carcinogenicity and genotoxicity are highly relevant for humans, because we know that we are we are affected by cancer. They are relevant for some target animals because they live long enough to develop cancer. For example, dogs, cats. We know that many pets suffer of cancer. But other species like chicken for fattening, for example, or pigs for fattening, the lifespan is so short that even in the case they are exposed to these substances via the use of this additive, they will never develop cancer following the exposure via the diet. So in this case, we have created two classes of animals. The first classes of animal, long-living animal, we are treating them as humans. So for humans, the scientific committee, the guidance of the scientific committee says that when we are comparing the exposure to these substances, to these BMDL10, so this effect level which is derived from a rodent carcinogenicity study, if the magnitude, when we do the ratio between the exposure to the BMDL10, if it is higher than 10,000, there is, this is indicative of low concern. So we will not say that it is safe in an absolute way, but we are saying that it is of low concern. For the other species, we consider that there is no need to apply this 10,000 because maybe it is even better to evaluate other endpoints. For example, also metallugenol has an effect on the liver, on the short-term toxicity, so we identified an OL from the 90-day study, and in this case we are applying a magnitude of the margin of exposure lower, which is not 10,000, which is protective, okay, it is indicative of low concern concerning the genotoxicity and the carcinogenicity, and whereas 100 is considered sufficient to conclude that the exposure is of no concern. And we have applied this approach extensively after the consultation of the scientific committee. The working group on feed flavorings has checked all the available literature from the past. It is from the 80s, but there are valid studies. And then we have identified a reference point for the entire group of parallel alkoxybenzenes, because we know that there are compounds in this group that are more potent than the other. Estragol, metallugenol, and safrole are certainly more potent than myristicin, apiol, dilapiol, and elimicin, but the data set that was available was not sufficient to derive relative potency factor. So this is why we were pragmatic, and we have identified this 22.2 milligram metallugenol per kilogram body weight per day as the reference point for the entire group. Okay, so the outcome, we have evaluated a number of preparation, I don't call preparation, essential oil and tincture based on this approach. And in the beginning, the margin of exposure was extremely high because the concentration in the oil, like for example in buchu, leaf oil, or ylang oil, it was very, very low, and or the condition of use were very low, that the margin was not 10,000, but was in the order of millions. So in this way, I think that we were also concluding that the additive was safe, because we didn't see really any concern for this additive. But after, we are evaluating essential oil which contain a much higher concentration of these substances. For example, we have finalized the laurel leaf oil which contain 4% metallugenol. We are going to finalize the nutmeg oil which contain 12% myristicin, and then estragol, 3% estragol in the anise was finalized in the last plenary, and the fennel, we are working on it. So we went again to the scientific committee in September and November to ask if the approach is still appropriate when this compound become a characteristic, important ingredient of the oil, not only impurity. I think that the word impurity was wrong also in the other case because they were minor constituent, but in this case they become characteristic constituent. So the idea was, the alternative was setting a threshold. For example, we say we accept 1% and that's it, and what it is above, but it is not scientific, because the calculation of the MOET depends on the level of the substance in the additive, on the conditions of use. So we have a different parameter to consider in the risk assessment. So I was happy that we didn't selected the option of setting a threshold that was really not scientific, and I think it was not also not pragmatic, I think. So we have proceeded, and then in the case of the laurel leaf oil, we had also to discuss a lot on the target species, because this long-living animal, we have our dogs, cats, we have ornamental fish, but this concept of long-living animal was also extended to animal for reproduction, so the laying hens, for example, the dairy cows, and also sheep and goats for reproduction and milk production. So we have split the species into the different groups. And also in the case of horses, we have distinguished the horses, which are normally a long-living animal, but you know that in Parma we are eating horse meat, so there are also horses for meat production, the same for the rabbits. There is still a lot of discussion in the panel and in all the times for this distinction, but we have these two groups for which we have applied the endpoint on genotoxicity and carcinogenicity, so the benchmark dose derived from the carcinogenicity study of 22.2, and we have calculated the margin of exposure, and in that case, according to the rule, a margin of exposure higher than 10,000 need to be reached to conclude that it is of low concern. There are some species for which the margin is still below the 10,000, but there is the possibility to refine the use level, but this will be done maybe after. We couldn't do in the beginning, but I think that there will be margin for discussion for it. And in the second group, we applied the NOAEL of 10 milligram per kilogram body weight that was derived from a 90-day study, again for effect on the liver, but effects that were not related to carcinogenicity. And in this case, the margin of exposure was higher than 100 in all the cases. And we could conclude, okay, so how we conclude now? Because also the wording triggered a long discussion in the panel, in the working group, in the panel, and after the initial discussion in the scientific committee, one of the experts of the EFSA scientific committee joined the working group of flavoring. So we are very pleased because they are providing advice not to make mistake. So for long-living animal, if the margin of exposure is higher than 10,000, we consider it of low concern. If it is below, it is considered of concern. Following the advice of the scientific committee, we are not calculating back the concentration that would give a margin of exposure of 10,000. We do when we apply non-carcinogenicity endpoint. For example, if we apply an OL and the proposed use level of 10 gives insufficient margin, we can back calculate, maybe 8 would be okay. We propose, EFSA proposes a concentration that can be considered safe. But in this case, there is a problem because making this calculation would assume that there is a safe level, that there is a linear extrapolation. So it's a philosophical question, okay? So what it is important in that if the margin of exposure in the proposing calculated based on the initial proposed use level is not sufficient, it will be a discussion. Maybe the applicant can reduce the level, maybe Commission can accept. If they need the advice of EFSA, we will recalculate and we will do it. Okay, so but we couldn't do ourselves a back calculation of the concentration in feed that would ensure a margin of exposure of 10,000 for a carcinogenic compound. This was a clear advice of the scientific committee. And then when, for the species for fattening, when the additive, when the margin of exposure is higher than 100, we conclude that the panel has no safety concern. Okay, this is important because for the safety for the consumer. When we went to the scientific committee, we clarified that we were assessing with this approach the safety for the target species, not the safety for the consumer. Because if we apply the margin of exposure approach to the exposure of humans to estragol, safrole, and metaeugenol, we are below the 10,000 because humans are exposed already to quite higher concentration of these substances. Luckily, probably they are consumed together with food, and the food has some protective properties, because if not, but in principle, we clarified that we were applying the margin of exposure only to animal and not to consumer. What we have in our section on the safety for the consumer, we acknowledge the fact that this essential oil, including those which contain the substances of concern, are added to a wide range of food categories for flavoring purposes. We don't have data on residues of these substances in products of animal origin, but we assume, this is done also for the normal component, that the components are extensively metabolized and they are not expected to be excreted, accumulated in tissue and product. So the human exposure, the background human exposure, we don't expect that is increased following the use of the feed additive. And we apply, at the moment, we are applying this assumption also to methyl-eugenol, safrole, and estragol, because we have evidence in laboratory animal that these compounds are extensively metabolized, and that the compound that is creating the DNA adducts is really a minor pathway. So it is, and at the low level, also the formation of this metabolite is low. So we have reviewed all the available information. But we want to support this information by some science. So we had the lucky to be involved in this NAM case study on essential oil. So what we are doing in the context of this project, which is ongoing, we are generating in vitro metabolism data for these parallel carboxybenzenes, estragol, methyl-eugenol, safrole, myristicin, and elemecin in selected target species, taking this cell from pigs, chickens, bovine, and cat. Cat was included not because it is eaten, but because cat are particularly sensitive animals. Then we are also trying to evaluate if there is an influence of the other component of the mixture on the metabolism, because we are measuring what happened in the cell when these compounds are added to cell, how they are clear, if this toxic metabolite is formed. So it is quite complex project, but it is very nice. And we are also trying to calculate kinetic constants that can be used in this PBK model that have been developed by the EFSA Scientific Committee for other projects. So in this way, we could model the fate of these substances in the target animal and predict if there is a carryover to tissues and products. It is ambitious, the preliminary results are nice, and I think that at a certain point we will also include this in our risk assessment to show that we are not too simplistic in our approach. But we don't want to complicate it too much, because we know that if we ask residue data, the residue will be below the limit of detection, but the limit of detection is questionable because it depends on the method that is applied. And then, with the user safety, animals are exposed directly to the mixture, to the oil, and the same is for the user. So the user can be exposed to these substances of concern if they are not protected. So after some discussion also with the Commission, we agreed that on the first sentence, that when the additive, for example, the bucolic oils, when handling the additive, exposure of unprotected user to substances of concern may occur. Therefore, to reduce the risk, the exposure of the user should be minimized, up to the Commission and to implement the proper measures. Now we have the CLP help us because, for example, in the case of safrole is classified by CLH as carcinogen category 1B, and the handling of this substance should be done according to the measure foreseen in the specific regulation. Unfortunately, methyl-eugenol and estragol are not classified by CLH, which is this harmonized classification, but they are classified by CLP, so classification proposed by applicant. So if they are above a certain threshold, we have indicated in this preparation, which contain high concentration of this substance, is a different wording, which is intended to protect the user from the risk of developing cancer, maybe following this exposure. Okay, so I think that the time is running, so I will not stop too much, but besides the BDG, in our evaluation of botanical, we had 17 non-BDG dossiers. They were all finished, they were completed in 2021, they were reopened in 2018, so we completed the exercise. And then we had also Article 4 evaluation, and they were done immediately because for the Article 4 there was no possibility to proceed. And then for this botanicals, we, according to my counting, at the moment we have more or less 189 preparation. The majority is supported by FEFANA. There are other preparations that are supported individually by companies, but some of this preparation include some of these additive. There are multiple additives behind, so probably the number will be around to be assessed. Then we have assessed 45 up to now, and we have adopted 37 opinions on botanicals. One was pre-adopted on BDG7, we will adopt in July when we have the URL report. One is for adoption in May. At the moment, there are 11 additives under assessment. So I think that we are more or less, I didn't include it in my percentages the withdrawal, because I excluded the withdrawal. So my figure, 25%, is only on the assessment, not on the withdrawal. So I think that we have a working group which is working very hard. Now we have the methodology, we have the ideas, we know how to proceed. We are quite efficient. Probably now is much easier for us than for the industry that has to provide the data, because it is easier because the quality of the data has improved a lot. We according to the roadmap, we expect about 30 preparation per year. I know that maybe it will be lower, because I understood that probably 30 is not feasible, but we are ready to process. For this year, I booked 2 20-day working group meetings in order to cope with this high workload, and the idea is to present 5 additives for each plenary in order to arrive to this target. Maybe it will be reduced a bit, because if we could go with this speed, maybe the end of this exercise could be 2027, but maybe more realistic, it will take 1 or 2 years more. Okay, so this is all from my side. Thank you for your attention, and again, thanks to Almudena and also to the FEFANA for the collaboration for this project and for this really challenging but exciting project.
Muchas gracias, Paola.
Thank you, Paola. I don't know if you have any question for Paola. Hello, I'm Alicia Pardo from LUCTA. I have a couple questions, maybe, well, most from Almudena after listening to Paola about this renovations, how we studied the possibility of withdrawing these renewals. Like in the food side, there's no renewals.
This is not, I don't think it is possible to remove the, maybe Almudena can reply better than me.
Yo creo que las renovaciones.
I believe that renewals must be done, but in the proposal of this regulation, we wanted to extend this to 15 years, and in some additives that we could call sustainable, maybe to 20 years or so. That was the idea. I think not renewing is not easy, because we have to move from this restrictive situation to nothing. So from the political standpoint, it's difficult to accept. But it is true that it's not justified that we have this short period that gives us such a workload, and we have done all of the economic calculations and we save a lot of money, and it is not justified from the point of view of safety to have this short terms. So it's not like in food, but maybe we can get closer.
simple as possible.
Sí. Tenías otra cosa. Sí.
And a second question, which is towards this substances of concern. I don't know if there's any way that we can calculate or find the substances of concern for EFSA, because in many cases we are defending botanicals that have these substances that are regulated with this regulation of a maximum limit that our customer doesn't want to use because they have to be declared. So in this point where we have this regulation with maximum limits, it's too late to just move backwards. We spent a lot of money to regulate an additive that at the end there are many customers that don't want to use or to declare on labels. I don't know if there's any way to have a list before a previous list to really knowing if we are interested in defending this additive or not.
Well, the list can be done when we have the composition. I think that we were alerted by the industry that 30% of this, so we are now learning which are these additives, and I think that based on this, some of the most problematic have been withdrawn already in advance, because it is very difficult to say, but to support an additive that maybe contains 60% of estragol, like tarragon oil. I think it was in the original list and it was deleted. So, but we will, I don't know if a list can help or, but I think that now we are making a sort of good characterization and giving also an idea of if the margin of exposure is very, very wide, I think that I don't have an answer, sorry. Almudena, maybe.
No. I think the opinion has a paragraph that says substances of concern. Yes. So they are very well identified.
Yes.
And this does not esto no va a ayudar.
This is not going to help that they put this in the label or not. We're basically mixing two things that are not how they should be. There's always substances of concern and they are well explained. So from all of the ones we have, maybe it's possible that there's one we didn't take into account, a new one, I don't know. But they are very well identified, and having a list is not going to withdraw the fact that they have to be on the labels.
Help botanicals. There is a companion now, is a database, so one can search if the presence has been reported, but we try to enlarge the search in order to cover also other sources. So, yeah.
Just let me complement the comment from Alicia. I mean, having beforehand the list of what is a substance of concern will help us very much during the preparation of the submission. Mm-hmm. And I will just bring a real case, which is the cinnamon oil, that there is a component which we did not know it was a substance of concern, which is styrene. And my lab has developed a styrene-free product. Okay. But I cannot submit it now. So if the industry would have realized that, we could have refined what is the quality to present, and we may have presented a different quality, just to give to develop a bit more the idea.
The styrene is more a cross-cutting issue because it is now under evaluation as food contact material. There was this reclassification by IARC on styrene, so it's we are waiting for we didn't want to anticipate the evaluation for the food because there is a big mandate from the Commission to the food, so we suspended our, but yes, I agree that also for us, I was working on styrene when I was in the occupational sector for 8 years, so I was also surprised by knowing that styrene has been reclassified.
I was bringing this example, but I could also say about furocumarins and citrus. Mm-hmm. There are furocumarine-free qualities, But when we presented the data, we were not aware that furocumaline
Yes.
could be an issue.
Yeah, but of course, I think that if there are additives that could be free of these substances, probably, yeah.
El problema es que la ciencia evoluciona y a lo mejor, como en el caso de Stiren, pues es algo bastante nuevo. Yo creo que las furocomarinas llevan ya tiempo siendo sustancias de...
Sorry. It's always been a problem. I am the responsible of the Ministry of Agriculture in Portugal. For answering what she said, we have done a meeting of these substances, and maybe there is a possibility in the near future that in the new directive of these substances of concern there's going to be a maximum limit for these phytogenics. We have another group with other chemical contaminants, but with substances of concern related to this.
Brings memory back to me because this comes to a proposal that was made by FFAC in 2007-2008 to have horizontal approach for substances of concern across for the finished feed. And at that time we discussed it with the Commission, and there was kind of recommendation not to pursue in this direction. But I think now with the evaluations done by EFSA, that may be something to come back to, to have an horizontal approach. Thank you.
Sí, hemos pensado en...
Yeah, we thought about doing this. It's the best solution. EFSA has been discussing about this, and maybe a solution would be to limit this content in that way to combine the additives, not to exceed that content. So we need time, basically, and we need to try to have more resources and to prepare this list, because maybe there's going to be a new product and the science evolves, and now what today is a normal substance, maybe tomorrow for certain circumstances is now it's a substance of concern, you know. Well, if this is okay for you, we're a bit delayed, so we're going to do a 5-minute break, just 5 minutes, and we will start with the round table because we've started the debate, and in the round table you're going to continue with this. 5 minutes, and thank you to all. Thank you.
Bueno, pues de nuevo bienvenidos a todos.
Okay, welcome back everyone. After this very short break, we now have a very interesting roundtable, and I would encourage you all to start thinking about questions that perhaps you wanted to ask before. This applies also to those of you who are watching us online. Please carry on taking part. I'm going to leave you with Gonzalo Idiáquez, who works in the sector and has a lot of experience. He's going to be moderating and coordinating this roundtable, where we have some very interesting panelists, and I thank you all for being here, and the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much. I first of all want to thank the organisation for inviting me to moderate this roundtable. My name is Gonzalo Idiáquez. I work for Cargill, and I am the Strategy, Marketing and Technology Manager. I also with some of these panelists on the Fofana Directive Committee, Steering Committee. We're going to start this roundtable, which I think has a very varied and very interesting panel of people who are going to be shedding light on some of the questions from this morning. I want to introduce you to Pedro Cordero, who has a degree in veterinary science from the Complutense University of Madrid, as well as a series of MBAs from the universities of Valladolid and diplomas from France and Switzerland. He is currently Vice President of THESFAC and Vice President of FFAC. He began his work in 1990 and has eventually become the Managing Director for Spain and Portugal. And now and since early 2023, he is the Director of Institutional Relations and Strategy of the Notreco Group in Iberia. We then have with us another person with a degree in veterinary science who started in the private sector up until 2007, when she began to pursue her career in public administration. Ever since 2011, she has been part of the farming industry in animal feed, and since 2019, she has been the head of the animal food department of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fishing and Food of Spain. Together with her, we have Manfred Luthoff, who has a degree from the University of Freiburg, in a doctorate degree in biology. In addition to his experience in the private sector, in 2001 and 2004, he worked in organising the United Nations Agriculture and Food, managing the FAO, World Health Organization Committee, for the international organ in charge of food additives. Ever since November 2004, Mr. Luthoff has been the chairman of Swiss Aqual company, providing services for the public and private sector, including consultancy in terms of food safety, policies and strategies on food ingredients and feedstuffs. Welcome. Lastly, we have Mr. José Manuel Costa, who with a degree in pharmacy and a master's in animal production. Since 2004 has been head of the Animal Nutrition Department and Veterinary Department of the Ministry of Agriculture of Portugal. And he is also a representative for Portugal on the Permanent Committee of the Commission, as well as directing feed inspectors and issuing a series of opinions and reports. Welcome and thank you. Well, now that we have introduced all of our panel, I would like to launch questions to Pedro, Victoria and José Manuel in Spanish, and for Mr. Luthoff, I will pose these questions in English, so if anyone needs translation, please feel free to get a headset. I want to start with the feed production industry, so I'm going to start with you, Pedro. We have already grasped the complexity and everything we have learned this morning, which is a lot. But in your experience as a representative of the industry, how do you deal with this ongoing publication of new regulations on food flavourings, feed flavourings, and what are the tools you are using to address all of these changes and to take them on? Well, good morning, everyone. Obviously, we have some concern, I might say, because it is a very complex issue, as was well explained by our colleagues in our presentations earlier this morning. Additives are crucial for us because they fulfill a series of very specific functions within the farming industry. which you have already mentioned, which includes improving palatability, changes in formulas, and so on. You've explained it all beautifully, so I won't go into that in any further detail, but we do need them ultimately from a technical point of view and from an application point of view on the land, on the ground. We need them for all of these reasons that we've mentioned. So these reviews and these changes and updates in regulations add to the existing complexity that we already have, because in recent years the industry has, I wouldn't like to say suffered, but has perhaps starred in greater controls in regulations. And of course, someone's just looking at me with a complicit gaze, but we're always willing to comply, and we will continue to comply with any regulations that apply to us. I wanted to say that loud and clear, but we do also need to voice anything that concerns us, or anything that we don't feel comfortable with, or that might cause practical difficulties in day-to-day work. That's why this event, I think, it has been really so fruitful, so clarifying, so necessary, and I have to be thankful for it. And in terms of tools that we use, well, there are two matters that I think are crucial. And one of them is the fact that feed manufacturers, through associations, sector associations such as CESFAC, we receive all updated information, and that is really the fundamental role of associations like ours. And I would like to take this opportunity to say that it's good that all feed manufacturers are included, are part of these associations, and the same applies to FFAC, because that way you get all the information you need to stay up to date. Otherwise, you might get lost. And we also have to say that the European Commission also has a record that helps us. It's updated. And so I have seen a very good atmosphere and a lot of collaboration between different institutions here this morning, and that really makes me happy, because we are the ones who ultimately launch this product out there in the field, and some people often don't understand the complexity of our work, and this makes life much easier for us. Thank you very much, Pedro. Moving on to administration, what controls are being carried out by the different authorities to ensure this compliance with the regulations as they come in? Well, first of all, let's be aware that the control authority for control is up to each of the autonomous communities in Spain, each of the regions, 17 of them in Spain. There is, of course, coordination by the National Commission in Food Safety, which is monitored by the Ministry, of course. So control for all establishments and for all products involving animal food are covered in these control programs. So there's a national control program, and then there are 17 regional control programs. Within each of those programs, they contain all of the establishments, all of the food, animal food products and establishments that need to be reviewed. So controls revolve around a risk analysis, depending on a series of different factors, such as the type of product. There are concerning substances of concerns. Perhaps the type of establishment is concerning if they have had issues in the past. So the situation is very varied, very different, but they are ultimately the result of this risk analysis and this study of additional risk factors carried out by each of the regions or autonomous communities in Spain. It's up to each region to do their own controls. Okay, Jose Manuel, can we now hear your opinion? We know that Portugal does not have these regions or this regional issue, but how are you dealing with this in Portugal, this control? Well, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I first of all want to thank the committee for inviting me. It is an absolute pleasure, and paraphrasing Almudena in relation to this topic, it is absolutely thrilling, and every day after 35 years of work, I never have a dull day or a dull moment, and the same applies today. We are here talking about new things and about what will come up in the future. In Portugal, as you were saying, we don't have this regional division in Spain, so things are a little bit more simple. The institution I represent is the national competent authority for food, for animal food. and it has a lot of different areas of control because it also includes animal health, welfare, veterinary products, food safety, and so on. So we are part of a whole control set or series, and Spain also has to have this, let's say, comprehensive vision, holistic vision that we have. We plan our food aspects in the unit that I am responsible for, and then we have regional services that execute those decisions that we make. We have an inspection plan, a plan to inspect each of the factories or each of the companies, which is a more documentary-based plan for auditing. So first of all, we have to see the additives, see what additives they're using, decide whether or not they have been authorized or not. And the Commission, to that end, provides a computer database record of these feed additives. Then we have to decide whether the supplier or provider is registered and approved by the Hygiene Department. Then, in terms of traceability, we have to ensure that the additive is fully traceable, right from the point that we receive a technical data sheet and including the labeling and so on. All of this has to apply either to the premixture or to the compound end product. So this is like a kind of audit that we carry out by going to the facilities of the production plant. We ask for their trade documents, and then we have an analytical side, which, as Victoria, who's also on the panel with me, explained, talks about risk assessment depending on the target species, on the type of feed we're talking about, on the type of raw material it involves, whether it's an additive, a premixture, or an end product. And then depending on these situations, we also have to bear in mind whether there are additives or raw materials that come from third countries. Then the type of analytical parameters. There are different analytical methods. We currently have 41 analytical modules which are applied depending on the type of feed and the type of analysis required. So we then connect documentary control with physical control, and this will ultimately be what characterizes a given operator, company, manufacturer as having risk or not, according to food safety terms and to the type of feed that they produce and launch on the market. Thank you very much. So now moving on, I'm going to launch a question for Manfred Lutzow.
The number of submissions is pretty big, right? And we know that is something challenging, but in that case, how is the Feed Flavorists Association Consortium managing all these submissions and the dynamics working with the EFSA and the Commission, right? And besides that, what are the main challenges that faced by this consortium when preparing the feed flavoring submissions to EFSA?
Yeah, thank you very much also for inviting me to this meeting. Paola Manini mentioned that she started in 2009. I started in 2007 working on this project. So looking back more than 15 years, it's not easy because there are so many elements, and you mentioned them. There are so many elements that developed over time. So the most critical part was to have continuity over the whole procedure, and that was mainly linked to a dedicated team of people doing that job in the companies, in my organization, within FEFANA, but also I have to say at the Commission and at EFSA of allowing a continuous dialogue. We had times with EFSA where it was more difficult to talk. Then we had open EFSA, it became more easy again. And the ability to talk and to exchange openly, that was, I would say, one of the factors of success for this project, if you say it is a success. So there may be different views about that. But in principle, when we started, we had no idea about what was in front of us. Because the procedures were developed, the methodology was developed, and these are also the challenges that we had, I have to say. Now, what facilitated it? There was a common interest at EFSA, at the experts, at the Commission, and also at industry, of course, to have a standardized, streamlined approach. So we very early started use databases, IT systems in order to collect the information, to process the information, and then to present the information. And I think it was helpful for the experts that all the dossiers had the same layout, all the same structure, the information was at the same place. All of these things were developed consciously. So we had upfront the idea we have to have a structured approach for that, and that was the easy thing. The difficulty was, of course, as also the experts had nothing really in front of them, the framework changed over time, and we had to adapt to that. But honestly speaking, it was also the interesting part of that, I have to say, although it was making difficulty. One big challenge we had, I have to say, it was mentioned a few times today, is these substances, most of the substances, 98-99%, are also used in food. And food is much less regulated than animal feed. That is difficult with respect to communication to the companies. That's difficult with respect to all the work to be done, analytics, specifications, toxicology. All of that, to a large extent, is not necessary or was not requested for the food evaluation, but was needed for animal feed. And presented lots of challenges. We had to develop or get laboratories to implement new analytical methodologies in order to get the 99%. That was, in a nutshell, the biggest challenge, I would say, to respond to the much more different requirements on the animal feed side that was on the food side. And I have until today the discussion, well, this is authorized for food, it should not be a problem for feed, which naturally people think, which is not the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pero volvemos un poco.
Pedro, going back to the feed preparation industry, we've talked about botanicals and we realize that they have this added complexity. How is industry dealing with declaring these additives on labels? And how are the farmers and the ones who actually use this feed reading this information? Well, I think the first thing we have to say is that it's really difficult to include all of this on a label. That has been mentioned earlier, both because of how labels are produced technically in factories, which we could explain, but I don't think it's worth doing. There can be different types of labeling systems. Some are more modern, some are more aged, and it's not always easy to change something the minute a product is being produced. But in any case, we also need the physical space, the capability to fit that updated information in the label. Now, before we started, we were already discussing this, and we were talking about packaged feeds that come in big sacks. And a lot of the products are currently being served en masse in bulk at the factories, so the label would probably be bigger than the sample that we supplied to them in the first place. So I would calculate that the farmer would probably be quite surprised by seeing this label, and they would end up goodness knows where. And yet they would have to keep the sample for control purposes, but I think it would be complicated to handle, in practical terms. So in terms of the packaging, we might have to stick 5 different labels on one bag. That would slow down the factory's progress. So I think there would be technical solutions. I think the availability to do whatever needs to be done is there. Technology will, of course, help us do this. And this can be done by simply referring them from the label to a website which contains full information. And that way the information would always be available to anyone who needs it, whether it's the control authority or the actual farmer or the technician working with that product. And even, I think someone mentioned this already, there could be a QR code where you can scan it with your phone and get this information without having a massive label. So there are solutions, and if that information does end up having to be included, then fine, we'll do it in the most practical way. But it's true that that information is probably going to sound a bit incomprehensible for farmers, because it's all very well to have a label in front of you and read it, and if it says, let's say, lemon scent, just so that the layman could understand me, and if the person who receives the product can understand that, then that's all very well. But sometimes there are much more complex wordings, and that's what industry is there for, and that's what you, the competent authorities, are there for as well, to explain that in comprehensible terms for everyone. Because not everyone has 5 vets at their factory or has full integration with thousands of pigs out there and vets in each farm. Some of them are smaller establishments, and they're also affected by these regulations. So we have to really think about all of the players who are involved and affected. And so we have to do things as easy and make them as easy as we can within reason. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but yeah, I have this sort of question about how should we approach this. And I'll admit that I personally think that this will help the sector to better understand what's going on in the background. Yeah, I think that's all quite clear. We've talked about organic production, and in botanicals, this is really becoming more and more relevant due to nature itself. And we have a series of European commitments that are really quite ambitious in terms of organic production that I think are going to lead us to make some very significant decisions. In this specific case with organic production, how do you think declaring these flavorings might affect organic products? Would it be a limitation? Well, it could be, because of course when you think of an organic product, what you least expect is to find a label that contains 50, let's say, seemingly, in brackets, chemical products that have been added to that product. That seems quite difficult to explain. We also have to bear in mind, as many people have mentioned this morning, that flavorings for organic production are all botanical, I think practically all of them, and some of them contain substances of concern. So actually this could really cause a lot of difficulties, a lot of problems, to put that simply, and I think it really might pose some serious difficulties. So how could we govern this? How could we regulate it? Well, I think a lot of work has to be done. We have to work equally as hard as with non-organic products. They haven't been quite as developed, organic products haven't been quite as developed commercially, but they certainly have some background. And I think it's going to be particularly complex when 2 or 3 or 4 flavorings are used in one product, because then the list of substances is multiplied by 10 or by 15. How do we overcome this? Well, we could go back to the drawing board and hide it somehow, but it's not about hiding anything. It's not about concealing additives. It's about raising real visibility towards what we are actually doing and what is going on. I have been a field vet for a long time, and I've worked in training in nutrition, and as such, you know that there are certain pulses that include these contents. There are anti-nutritional factors that might be included in these products. How do you explain that to the average person and not to a technician? Because I insist regulations are there to be fulfilled, to be complied with, and we will continue to do that. We've always been able to adapt. And this will definitely have some impact, but we have to overcome that. Thank you, Pedro. Victoria, Jose Manuel, I think the question already came up earlier, but I wanted your opinion on it. We talked about declaring botanicals on labels, on feed labels. Don't you think that declaring these flavorings on the labeling rather than on the label could be something that the authorities could consider? Sorry, I'm referring to the physical label, as we've been mentioning. Well, yes, okay, because the label is part of the labeling. Okay, yes, the labeling would be, let's say, the whole series of information about a product that could be shown on a website, on advertising, and that's well defined in the feed marketing regulation. And as Almudena mentioned earlier, this is a point that will probably come up in the new regulation. It will be included in the new regulation. And when we carried out our impact study referring to this new regulation, this was one of the questions where we asked for opinions from the different member states. It could be that we should keep certain information on the label, certain fundamental information, especially for manufacturers who are going to be using that additive or that premixture, and then also for the control authorities. But it's also true that some of that information perhaps could be shown elsewhere in different labeling forms, and that's one of the things that is subject to debate in the new regulation. And I wanted to seize this opportunity to emphasize something that Almudena also mentioned earlier in relation to use of botanicals. It's true that there has been a tendency on the market and in certain controls that the control authority is carrying out on a daily basis, and especially recently, that there is a certain sector of products that are being marketed as complementary feeds and which often use certain additives, botanical additives, that don't have a maximum authorized dose in extremely high quantities for therapeutical purposes. And they use these zootechnical allegations or claims, and they call them nutraceutics or phytotherapeutic products, and these are actually prohibited. And that really might be the cause of this problem, apart from just the substances of concern. And I did really just want to highlight that, seizing the opportunity of this forum that we have, not because there are not just feed manufacturers here, there are also people involved in the control authority, so I wanted to be clear. This is not just a non-compliance, but rather bearing in mind the 2017-265 regulation, when the control authority is forced to not only carry out its own standard regular controls over each and every one of the sectors it applies to, they also have to control possible fraudulent uses, or let's say fraudulent practices in the manufacturing of or the trading of certain products. So this possible fraudulent use has been detected in feeds, and these nutraceutics or phytobiotics or whatever you want to call them is on the rise at the moment, probably linked to the battle on behalf of the European Union to resist antimicrobians. But really we have to do things, as Pedro said, and as most of the industry does, we have to do things right. We have to be compliant, and we have to bear in mind that something that is being done wrong by a handful of operators affects the entire feed market. I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Victoria. José Manuel? Thank you. I would like to just support what Victoria just said. Firstly, the current status quo as a competent authority to control these aspects is that whenever I am faced with an additive, the obligation to label it on the actual physical label for breeding animals is very important. And as Pedro said, there are other options where the labeling regulation 727/2009 foresees some chances of including information in the labeling, not just in the physical label, such as in feed for pets. You can go to a website to look for further information, or there's sometimes a barcode or a QR code that would be enough to refer them to where there is more information, because I think most of the information that should be shown on the label or in the labeling is more useful for the control authorities than for the user itself. Because we, to certify product quality, have to have access to compulsory information that is irrelevant for the user. They just need to know the main outline. But perhaps the new regulation, when it comes along, will define this. But in any case, I see this as a very good thing, at having most of the information available elsewhere, if not just on the physical label that comes on the bag or on the export packaging. And I would also like to insist on what Victoria says, that there are a lot of situations where additives are being used wrongfully, and when they have no maximum authorized content, these additives are sometimes used very creatively, let's say, by producers, and so we have products that are not food, they're anything but food. And this investigation of these botanicals could be improved, because we know that they have pharmacological properties, but there is the issue of combating chemicals. So with duly approved botanicals with the characteristics for zootechnical properties, then we would be dealing with complementary diets, and there's specific products to do that. So I think we could report both of these situations to seek more investigations, more research, not just using them as flavorings, but using them as zootechnical products. Where they would be involved in a diet of precision involving microbial substances, but there's also this organic issue as well. I don't know what the word would be in Spanish, but the issue of greenhouse gas emissions. But we should never produce feed that does not fulfill a legal category. We don't use probiotics, prebiotics. We just have the classifications that we know we have. We have raw materials, additive, premixtures, compound, or complementary products. So we have to call things by their name, use the right name for everything. But I don't think this is going to get much easier for control authorities. It's an issue that we face with labels. And sometimes it's a bit more like dealing with a medication than the type of feed. Thank you very much, José Manuel.
Fred, the question is now for you. We saw in the beginning that all the companies are doing big investments in terms of money, right? And we know that the current system does not protect those investments, right? Because there is not any exclusivity period. How does the feed additive industry perceive that the authorization of those flavorings is not holder specific?
Thank you very much. I'm going to use the last example as a starting point, because I said I'm around for 16 years, 15 years in this project. One of the big discussions the Feed Flavoring Authorization Consortium had in 2009 was about zootechnical properties of botanicals. And it was clearly discussed and agreed that the consortium is going to document flavoring use and defend flavoring use and nothing else. Yeah? So the whole dossier evaluation by EFSA is for the flavoring use. And companies invested significant amount of money in order to create the data and to get an authorization that covers the flavoring use. Now, the difficulty is if suddenly you regulate in the use in complete feed, the misuse in complementary feed, without a proper consultation also of all affected parties, you end up with an authorization that then cannot really properly be used. The risk is there, and I have some recent examples where I was approached about basically we have done the whole work for nothing. We have run toxicological studies, everything, and now we cannot use the product because the result of the discussion in the working group standing committee is something that does not fit with what was originally anticipated. I want to reiterate, the industry fully understands the concern. That's no question, and agrees, and that there needs to be a clear implementation of the authorizations. But I think there's also necessary to have a very good discussion about if you deviate from the expected authorization scheme, so that also the parties feel and know that their concern is taken. Now, why I'm raising that with respect to non-holder specific, we have there the similar situation. In the non-holder specific authorization, you spend money, and significant money, specifically for feed flavorings, much more than for food flavorings, for getting the authorization, and for renewals possibly even maintaining the authorization, and that's also for other additives. And at the end, you have an authorization that everybody else can use. And I had in my career, I had a number of situations where there was request from EFSA, you need to generate ecotoxicological data for an antioxidant, 200,000 euros, bang. The company said, we cannot do that. We have 5 competitors who are going to sell on day of authorization, and we are not able to recover the 200,000 euros. We stop the procedure. That is, in effect, this non-protection of innovation in the non-holder specific area is limiting the choice of substances in future that you have. We see it in the antioxidants already now. So what is the view of industry is there's a considerable frustration about the system, because your investments are basically not protected. And there were discussions about proposals around 1839-2003 revision that is coming forward, not going into details of that, because there were constructive proposals how that can be addressed, and I think it should be addressed. Specifically under the renewals of authorizations, which is a considerable cost block that is only there for the feed additive industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that that's a very important point, to maybe those restrictions will be making the industry less attractive in terms of innovation, right? Investing money, and that is where we need to think that the consequences of that, or the side effect of not having willingness from the companies to invest, because the payback will be limited, right? So that's important.
Thank you so much. Gracias. Lo que quería decir, que no estaba.
Yeah, what I was saying is the additives wrongly evaluated should be evaluated also as so technical. It's a reality. It has this function to be researched, and probably the technicians have an authorization detector always connected. So this could be supported in the future, because the same kind of products with a so technical function has a different type of authorization. That's what the group is basically saying, the one they are working with, the cell analytics. And there's other group that could work with the same substances with other quantities of incorporation, because there could be a benefit for all. It could be it's something we are all sharing. It's a problem we are sharing. The microbiotic resistance, the climate problems. So there are some challenges for the industry, and there's also future for work. So that's why I mentioned this. Yeah, thank you very much for this. We go back a bit to Victoria and Jose Manuel. How is the working group from the Commission? It's addressing the different discussions of the regulation for flavors for feed, and how they are regulating the opinions from the industry. Well, Almudena has also mentioned this before. All of the information that's coming from the industry to the Commission is shared in the working groups and in the committees. They are presented as additional information to all of the debates, regulation debates and annex debates. So the member states give their opinions, or they basically join to the opinion others give, and they are aware of the information we receive from the representatives of industry. So we work as they've previously explained, and also the colleague from EFSA has said, we work from every dossier and reports. It's been very clear. Well, as Almudena said, the transparency of the Commission after the procedure she explained, after this opinion that the proposal has to go to the working group, to discuss it, to take it to the committee. So all of the member states, all of the representatives that have access to all of the discussions, they have something to say about the matter. There are some things that have to do with the problems that we identified before. Yeah, thank you. Lutov, the question's for you.
Talking about a lot about the submissions, right, that are coming in 2026, right? We see that a lot of work that is coming in the following years. We know that that work is also extremely important besides the one that the pure submissions, right? So the renewals part takes a lot of time also. What is your view of the upcoming renewals of these fifth flavorings?
Well, I could say my private view, but I'm not going to do that now. Yeah. Okay, I would have a comment on the working group structure that was now introduced, because I understand that the minutes of the working group are not published. So that is of course reducing transparency. We have to be frank on that, because for some decisions there is no documentation why a decision was taken anymore. That is not so fortunate development, I would say. But that's a different discussion. So for renewals, why I say I'm not ventilating my private view, but my official view is the following. The feed additive sector and the feed additive regulation in the European Union is the only regulated product sector in the world that has this rule for mandatory 10 years renewal of additives. Food additive, not necessary. Food flavorings, not necessary. For baby food ingredients, you do not have a renewal. So why does the feed sector has that? It originated from coccidiostats, it originated from products where you needed to have a 10 years renewal because they were originally veterinary products. I will not understand, probably until the end of my career, why that was put into place. Because when we look into prioritization, conscious use of resources, we need to have a change and risk-based approach. Change of the product, change of the use, risk if there is a risk in the product. So with a tiered approach, any kind of renewal system is acceptable and should be there, and was already practiced before. When we had a problem, there was a request to EFSA to evaluate the problem, and then then the authorization was revised. The horizontal approach for all additives is a difficult one. We haven't seen many changes in the authorizations for the renewals that run already. But for flavorings, it's just a huge number that we have. And the much more complicated procedure with the transparency regulation than before. So how that would play in the transparency regulation, if I have 20 companies, 20 applicants, if I have 200 substances, 20, 30, 40 substances in a dossier, our experience is now that building an application under the transparency regulation is 3 times more expensive in resources and time. Not speaking about data generation, just amount of time needed to build the dossier is 3 times more expensive than before the transparency regulation. Now for flavorings, this will be, together with the issue of non-holder specific, you will have a kind of game, who participates, who does not participate to spend the costs. So the companies remaining may have to shoulder more costs than the initial authorization had to be covered. So I really hope, and I listened today very, very, very attentively to contributions here, I really hope that we get to a pragmatic system, if it is necessary, maybe longer time periods, 15, 20 years, a pragmatic system that keeps the efforts proportional to the real necessity and risk that is involved. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muy claro, creo que...
Very clear. I think we are having some comments, Almudena. Well, I would like to clarify that we don't do any kind of report from this working group to be published, but we don't do that because if not, it will be impossible to work. We would receive like thousands of emails every day to know what has happened. We did receive this, whatever. So we receive this when it's published in the regulation. But all of the questions that FEFANA does over the additives, I always reply the same with an email or with a meeting, and they know perfectly the reasons. A while ago we had this saccharin and they wanted to extend the period of authorization so that it could be there because it has been withdrawn, that they didn't want it withdrawn in the following regulation because it's still not published and it's going to have huge transition periods and they wanted to have 5-6 more years. So we've discussed it and I replied to FEFANA why we didn't accept that. So FEFANA knows perfectly why an additive has this maximum limit or not. Because, for example, they can call and say the margin of exposure is over 10,000, whatever, what's happening. Well, it's a medicine and levels over 1%. It has a zoototic effect. So we set a maximum level because if not for what we're saying, well, I mean, many of them can be used with zoototic effects or to control some bacteria or whatever. But some of them are so clear that we have to make a decision on having a maximum limit. It's not that we love it, but it's the way it is. We also have had some discussions for months with botanical experts saying that that the web page is talking about these miraculous effects of growth of animals. I mean, if you go to the web pages, it's basically to die. It's a shame. Web pages are a shame. So please be careful with this tragic comedian comments because at the end this situation can go against yourselves. So we must be careful when we start doing some reivindications because sometimes these things can turn around on you and maybe we cannot authorize any botanical with these characteristics. So we try to keep a balance and maybe we're not perfect. We don't do everything perfect, of course, but I agree that maybe in some authorization there's been some contradiction, but I'm trying to harmonize the criteria for later. For example, one called me and said, what's happening now? What's happening with this fishery fish? Well, if the EFSA is saying this, we have the General Directorate of Environment that's not going to allow us to have this additive. So it's not easy, this cluster of opinions and interventions and comments. It's true that sometimes we can make some mistakes, like in every day of your life, but we try to harmonize as much as possible and try to have the same approach. Of course, I do not agree of having this maximum level when there's this substances of concern, and I say this to the committee, I disagree with this. Now we have to wait for what the delegations say, and then you can express what you want to say, you receive the opinion, but we must be careful in this topic. I'm just calling for being patient. Yeah, supporting what she's saying and what they're saying. If there is some substances or botanical elements that can have certain actions like zootechnical effects, or even as a medicine we can request the authorization demonstrating that it works and it has this zootechnic effects, and if it acts as a medicine you can go to the medicine agency and also request the authorization as a as medicine or homeopathic medicine, because in the pharmacopoeia it shows that it can have effects in the improvement of whatever. They have to demonstrate it. It's, I mean, at the same time, the same thing we're doing for chemics, we have to do it for botanicals. If you have to demonstrate that this is to treat illnesses, well, a botanical has to demonstrate that this is for the treatment of these other illnesses. It's just to compare the two situations. We have to fight when this one of the resistance against microbiotics, but this takes money. Some people leverage the opportunity, and well, whatever. But we should find alternatives so that this happens in the minimum cases possible. But well, let's give time to time.
Thank you very much. I want to make clear that I fully agree with you. Yeah, that's not a question. The point is rather that as we have this long procedure and these investments, whether at such a stage the applicant should not be invited by a letter or so to provide comments. Yeah? I mean, I told you the story about our 2009 discussion. There is no question about misusing flavorings for other purposes that are not authorized. The question is only if you have done all the efforts and so on, and then come certain conditions of use in the authorization which were not part of the dossier, which were not evaluated, then I would say give the applicant a chance to make a comment. What are the impact? What is the impact if you make reference to other feed ingredients, example given, and you limit the additive to similar compounds being present in other feed materials? So then it becomes a bit difficult for the applicant, because that's a totally different game than he's suddenly inside. But on your general questions about misuse, from my side, there is no question. That is acceptable, and I understand the discussion. That's very clear. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, tenemos tiempo, aunque vamos un poco justo.
Well, we're pretty delayed, but maybe we have time for a couple questions. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Use the microphone for the translation.
Bueno, mientras os doy un poco de tiempo para que vayáis.
Well, maybe you can think a bit about it. So now I have a question in the chat from people who are online, watching us online. It's a question, maybe it's for Almudena. What's the reason for this requirements are higher for feeds than for food, and why? Well, this is a relevant topic apparently. So this happened when this additive was authorized. The regulation of the additive came from a situation in which we had these dioxins and other elements. So there were many crises that were linked to the feed sector, that in that moment I didn't participate in this regulation. But everything that happened since that moment, when the regulation of feed had to be done, it was to protect at all costs the sector of feed, because it was where the biggest problems came from. Let's be clear on this. It was not the fault of the additives, but, well, they were the ones to blame. So there was done this restrictive regulation, because we came from this situation in which, well, I've seen this when I was young, the yogurts with the plastic and everything, they were crushed and given to some animals. So we moved from this situation to a modern sector that cares for the health and food safety. It doesn't have anything to do with the feed of that moment or with the feed we are having now, but that's the consequence. The consequence of the situation was to do this regulation, which is very restrictive. I agree, it's not so necessary to have this 10-year period. I don't know if we can move to a system in which there's no need of reauthorization, because that's maybe a big change. But the intention was to extend this period to more reasonable timetables. So I think the difference between food and feed, it's the consumer goes to the supermarket and buys whatever they want, and the animal can eat the same feed for a long period of time with the same additive, with the same carcinogenic element. So we're not talking about the same exposition, because if we are talking about the same exposure, we should do a different assessment. So human exposure is not the same compared to the exposure of animals. This is what EFSA says. That's why they have to do a specific assessment for the animal production. So the exposure is not the same. Animals cannot choose between different stuff. One day they can have some pesto, which we know they have these components, other days not. Maybe the Italians have bigger risk, but an animal, maybe in a long period of time, it's consuming all of the time, let's not say the same products, but well, basically the same characteristics, and this has a consequence in the health of animals. So we're not talking about the same exposure. And I have my philosophy related theory, is that human protects more to themselves than to the rest. So this is a philosophy I follow and I believe, and it's you're going to protect like your species rather than the other species, just for an anthropological matter. It doesn't make sense, but I always thought this. So this came from a crisis situation, and you're true, it's not necessary to have these short periods. And sometimes we didn't even need this renewal process, vitamins, whatever. I think many of them wouldn't need this renewal. Thank you very much, Almudena. We have one question.
General to FIFAC, European Compound Feed Manufacturers. So I'm now 29 years with the industry, and yes, I have a good memory of all the feed safety crises Almudena is referring to, which have shaped, of course, the new regulatory framework. But let's just recall, when 1831 was published in 2003, we didn't have a feed hygiene regulation, we didn't have a marketing or feed regulation, just to mention a few of the keystones that were then put into the system to, let's say, provide a better framework. I mentioned particularly feed hygiene because of the HACCP requirements, which did not exist for feed additives at that time. Let's be clear. The additive industry said, well, you have to trust us because if it's in the annex, it must be safe, right? Well, reality proved a bit differently. And of course, since we have now the new HACCP-based requirements for both feed materials, compound feed, etc., I think the records show that really we have turned the page, and when it comes to crisis, I have to really scratch my memory when we were exposed the last time on a major thing. That was 10 years ago with mycotoxin from maize, so that's a while ago. And we also saw that the Commission has moved on, especially with the feed ban for PIP, where it all started, PSE, etc. Just last year, we saw the reauthorization of non-ruminant PAP for poultry and pig feed. So I think there is a case to be made to review certain of the aspects of the feed additive regulation, whether they are still stand the test of time. And we have really serious doubts about the 10-year renewal requirement in that context. Now, we don't have a better solution to offer right away. We have certainly doubts that an extension to 15 or 20 years would really help anybody, because you know how it goes with company lives. Companies can be easily sold or move on, and when it comes to continuity, will we find still the same people that have originally applied or submitted the dossier? So we are certainly not considered or sure that an extension to 15 or 20 years could be could be really the answer. Now, always obviously supporting the idea for a more pragmatic solution. But what has clearly changed, and I just want to bring this up and maybe raise the question both to the authorities, the national authorities, is that we're really living in a different environment after COVID and Russian aggression of Ukraine. Just now, the Spanish presidency approached also us to help on the reflection of strategic autonomy for food and energy. And where are we with strategic autonomy on feed additive production in Europe? And isn't that a different kind of driver that we should consider how to ensure that we can support resilience of our feed industry and livestock sector by creating incentives for feed additive producers to produce in Europe and innovate in products that help European livestock industry? And there's really very little incentive in the current regulations, as you've seen, where feed additive production has gone in general. So we would just like to suggest to broaden the discussion, maybe the 2-year additional reflection period for the review of the regulation can help us there to bring it in the context of the EU's objective on feed and food autonomy. And I refer here to the critical materials initiative. We are certainly we highly rely on feed additive supplies. They're absolutely essential, critical for our livestock production systems. So we believe there is a different context in which we should discuss what is really necessary, obviously, to respond to the main objectives in terms of feed and food safety, animal health, welfare. But definitely we have an issue here in Europe now, which we're struggling with now, how to ensure our feed and food autonomy in Europe. Thank you.
Well, I disagree with what he said. This additive regulation forecasts the authorization, which is difficult, complicated, we'll agree, because the authorization is the most exigent one it exists in the world. We'll agree. That's clear. But anybody that wants to produce or manufacture in a third party to sell in Europe has to follow the same process. The fact that an operator does not produce additives in Europe is not because of this regulation. It's for the working costs, it's for the environmental costs, it's for certain elements which are not related to the additive regulation. It's two different things. The incentives of the European industry, it's not done through the additive regulation. It's done by other incentives that will reduce those costs to companies and allow them to produce in a more competitive way. But the authorization, the same cost is for someone that produces in China than someone that produces here. The one that produces in China, it's cheaper there, so maybe they can have this luxury of spending more in the authorization. But the problem comes from the labor costs, environmental costs, which is what it is established in the European Union. Well, thank you, Almudena. If there is no any other question, we are running late. So I want to thank everybody for your participation. This roundtable has been super interesting. We have discovered many things. And now I will give the floor to Anna to do the wrap-up. Thank you very much to all of you. We are a bit late, but I think it was very fruitful. The debate was super interesting. This debate is going to continue. Nothing's finished. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for the speakers. Thank you for the audience here and at home. And for the ones of you who are here, we have a small break with some drinks and a bit of food. So thank you so much for coming. Goodbye.